jalani aku dalam kepedihan. Kini ku bertahan, mentari terbenam, beri semangat baru untuk jiwaku, beri kicauan mendukung hidupku. Kini ku bertahan, aku pasti bisa menikmati semua dan menghadapinya. Aku yakin pasti bisa. Mentari terbenam, beri semangat baru jiwaku, beri kicauan penduduk hidupku. Kini ku bertahan, aku pasti bisa menikmati semua dan menghadapinya. Aku yakin pasti bisa. Aku pasti bisa menikmati semua dan menghadapinya. Aku yakin pasti bisa. Aku ingin lepaskan seluruh bebanku dan ku jalani hidupku dengan senyuman. Aku pasti bisa menikmati semua dan menghadapinya. Aku yakin pasti bisa. Aku pasti bisa menikmati semua dan menghadapinya. Aku yakin pasti bisa. Mentari terbenam.
Today, the opportunity is not only for men. Women also take part in determining the future. Educated women are the key, are the symbol of a new civilization. No other options. The universe has given a lot of hopes and opportunities for us and chase. Destined as the pearls of B.Ed Priangan, Tasikmalaya City has abundant natural resources, cultural diversity, and potential human resources. From time to time, Tasikmalaya City has shown its various advancements, and Sulaimon University takes part in the spirit of the new civilization. Sulaimon University exists as the oasis of the new age.
more than half of the century of our country's independence enjoyed by the nation, from Sabang to Merauke, from the north to the south. This independence not is discovery or gifts, but said it's blessed of our heroes. But it doesn't mean the struggle ends. Today, in the hands of educated youth, the baton continues, and Sulaimon University is here to become the place of educated students who are strong, superior, and fearless. Those are ready to embrace the development of time.
Since its establishment in 1978, in harmony with the ideals of the founders, Sulaimon University, as the biggest private university in the East, is committed to developing educated and versed students to embrace the bright future of the nation. Then, until the signing of the decree of Sulaimon University status to be state university by President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono on 1 April 2014. That spirit never fades. Sulaimon University is committed to answering the global challenges. Located in the center of the city of Tasikmalaya, with its cool air, Sulaimon University has created a beautiful and friendly campus area that makes the study atmosphere conducive and enjoyable. Moreover, we are equipped with quality, friendly lecturers who are committed to friendly, fast, and efficient services. Reputable state university with its achievement is Priangan. Sulaimon University become a place for teaching and learning. Students come from all over Indonesia. Currently, thousands of students obtaining scholarship from various institutions, government or private, are enjoying their studies with us that upholds the values of Pancasila and diversity. Sulaimon University has 7 faculties and 5 postgraduate programs. Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Faculty of Economics, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Health Sciences, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Faculty of Islamic Religion, postgraduate programs. 385 experienced and active lecturers are doing research in science, technology, social, and culture. Sulaimon University is ready to provide quality education in the field of science, technology, social, and culture. Sulaimon University is ready to provide a quality and competitive education for global challenges, facilitating students to become quality graduates for the nation. To support the competency and skills of the students, Sulaimon University provides adequate facilities like laboratories with modern and advanced equipment, sport, arts, and entrepreneurship on a lot of land around 30 hectares, a cool location in the middle of a green rural area. There is Siliwangi University Campus 2 expansion. To provide quality services, Siliwangi University provides several buses for the students and lecturers round trips. God the Almighty has a lot of secrets. In the silent universe, science is the key to unlocking the potential. Only with science, what was previously impossible can be possible.
Dear future, it is us. Welcome to Siliwangi University.
Gimana mau nanya? Warm greeting to all participants. The webinar will start shortly. Kindly switch your camera and get ready to follow the session. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon from Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Webinar on Digital Storytelling 2025 with the theme Revolutionizing Education by Bridging Creativity and Technology. Day 1, Friday, 16th of May, 2025. Organized by the English Education Department of Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia. In collaboration with Digos College, Philippines, Grand-Paulo College of Education, Nigeria, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Indonesia, University of Malakand, Pakistan, Assiut University, Egypt, and Edgar Broad Academic Chair, Belgium. Supported by Indonesian Education Share to Care volunteers. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ningsih Yulianti, and I'm truly honored to serve as your mistress of ceremony for today's special event. First and foremost, let us offer our utmost praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Thanks to His blessings and mercy, we are able to gather here and take part in this meaningful occasion without any significant obstacles. May peace and blessings are also be upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness into the light through his teachings. Now, I would like to welcome and express my deepest gratitude to the Honorable Professor Dr. Engineer Nundang Busairi, MT IPU Asian Engineer, Director of Universitas Siliwangi, the Honorable Dr. Nani Ratnaningsih, M.Pd, as the Dean of the Faculty of Educational Sciences and Teachers Training, Universitas Siliwangi, the Honorable Dr. Youssif Supriyono, M.Pd, as the Head of the English Education Department, Universitas Siliwangi, the Honorable Santiana S.S. M.Pd, as the Coordinator of International Webinar on Digital Storytelling 2025, the Honorable, the keynote speakers for today, Dr. Tariq M.Phil, Ph.D., Dr. Rasha Youssif, Ph.D., Jamiu Temitope Sulaimon, B.Ed, M.Ed, TRCN, and also all the distinguished presenters and participants. Thank you very much for preparing yourself to join this webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to present the agenda for today's opening ceremony. The activities we have lined up are as follows. 1. Opening. 2. Singing the national anthem. 3. Coordinator's report. 4. Welcoming speech. 5. Opening speech. 6. Prayer. 7. Closing. The Honorable ladies and gentlemen, the second agenda is singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya, followed by hymn and march of Universitas Siliwangi. The audience is pleased to check your position.
Indonesia kebangsaan
All right, dear participants, the next agenda is report presented by the coordinator of International Webinar on Digital Storytelling 2025 Committee, Mrs. Santiana SSMPD. So Mrs. Santiana, please.
All right, thank you. The Honorable Rectors of Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia, the Honorable Deans of AFKIP Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia, the Head of English Education Department, distinguished keynote speakers, respective delegates, our partners, participants, colleges, committees, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan Rahayu. Good afternoon to all of you from Indonesia. To begin with, I would like to convey my heartfelt gratitude to Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His unwavering blessing. Salutation and peace upon be our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has imparted love, wisdom, and guidance to illuminate our daily life. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my honor and privilege to deliver the report and to welcome you all to the International Webinar on Digital Storytelling 2025, which is held by the English Education Department of Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia, with the theme Revolutionizing Education by Bridging Creativity and Technology. This international webinar marks the third installment of successful series of webinar organized by the English Education Departments of Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia. Our program showcases our commitment to enhancing educational practice and fostering global collaboration. This webinar is part of the final project for students enrolled in digital storytelling course. It serves as a platform for them to demonstrate their skills, showcase their creativity, and gain valuable insight from international experts in the field. Moreover, it is a testament to our dedication to integrating creativity and technology in education, preparing our students for a future where digital literacy is essential. I'm proud to report that this international webinar has attracted over 768 participants registered from 15 countries: Indonesia, Switzerland, Greece, Belarus, Philippines, Egypt, Nigeria, Pakistan, Tunisia, Morocco, Malaysia, Belgium, Singapore, Thailand, and Bangladesh. Such diverse participation reflects the global significance of digital storytelling as a tool for education, bridging cultural and geographical gaps. In addition to enriching student knowledge, this event provides significant benefit by expanding our academic network and strengthening partnership. It serves as a medium for implementing cooperation agreements with our partners, aligning with our commitment to fostering international collaboration and practical partnership implementation. As the organizing committee, we are particularly delighted to have an honor of presenting 6 distinguished keynote speakers from 6 different countries at this event. I would like to use this opportunity to especially thank to the keynote speaker. The first, Dr. Tariq M.Phil Ph.D. from the University of Malakand, Pakistan. Second, Dr. Rasha Youssif Ph.D. from Assiut University, Egypt. Third, Jamiu Temitope Sulaimon, B.Ed, M.Ed, TRCN from Grand-Paulo College of Education, Nigeria. Fourth, Dr. Rozanah Katrina Herda, M.Pd. from Universitas Negeri, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Fifth, Arief Nugraha, M.Sc. from Edgar Academic Chair, Belgium. And sixth, Monteza, Ph.D. from Digos College, Philippines. And also our partner from Indonesian Education Share to Care volunteers. We also proudly present our 45 students as the presenters at this
International Webinar on Digital Storytelling 2025 who enroll in digital storytelling courses. This event has been made possible through hard work and dedication of our organizing team, the active involvement of our students, and unwavering support of our partner and keynote speaker from various countries. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to everyone who has contributed to the success of this event. My deepest gratitude also goes to the committee of the International Webinar on Digital Storytelling 2025, the head of English Education Department, the deans of faculties, and directors of Universitas Siluang Indonesia for their continued support and encouragement, as well as to all parties who have provided their invaluable contribution to the success of this event. Finally, I hope this international webinar will not only enhance our understanding of digital storytelling, but also inspire further innovation in the fields of education. May this event be a starting point for more fruitful collaboration and creative educational initiative in the future. Lastly, it is my great respect that I invite the Deans of FKIP Universitas Siliwangi to deliver the welcoming speech and directors of Universitas Siliwangi Indonesia to officially open this event. May this webinar be a fruitful and inspiring experience for everyone involved. Thank you for your kind attention. I wish you all a productive and successful webinar. Billahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the report, Mrs. Santiana SSMPD. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the next agenda, a welcoming speech from Dr. Nani Ratnaningsih MPD, as the Dean of the Faculty of Educational Sciences and Teachers Training, Universitas Siliwangi. To Dr. Nani, please.
Okay, thank you. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Siliwangi, the head of the English Education Department, distinguished keynote speakers, respected delegates, our partners, participants, colleagues, committees, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the FKIP Universitas Siliwangi, it is an absolute pleasure to welcome all of you to this international webinar on Digital Storytelling 2025. This event perfectly aligns with our mission to foster innovative educational practices and enhance digital literacy among students and educators alike. I would like to express my utmost support for the organization of this international webinar. Such initiatives are not only beneficial for our students, providing them with a valuable insight from international experts, but also serve as an excellent opportunity to strengthen our international collaboration. I warmly welcome the prospect of the partnership with our esteemed international partner, as they are vital in expanding our academic network and enhancing the quality of our educational program. I must admit that I feel an overwhelming sense of pride and emotion as I stand before you, knowing that we have successfully brought together over 600 participants from 15 countries and the keynote speaker from 6 countries. I would like to use this opportunity to welcoming all keynote speakers in opening ceremony of international webinar on digital storytelling. Dr. Tariq, M.Phil Ph.D. from the University of Malakand, Pakistan. Dr. Rasha Youssif Ph.D. from Assiut University, Egypt. Jamiu Temitope Sulaimon, Ph.D. M.Ed. TRCN from Grand-Paulo College of Education, Negeri. Dr. Rozanah Katrina Herda, M.Pd from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Arief Nugraha M.Sc from Edgar Academic Chair, Belgium, and Anna Maimi Monteza Ph.D. from Digos College, Philippines. This is an extraordinary achievement for Universitas Siliwangi, a true achievement to our growing global presence and the hard work of our entire team. Furthermore, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude and appreciation to the organizing committee, the English Education Department program, the distinguished keynote speakers, presenters, and all volunteers who have contributed to the success of this event. Your hard work and dedication have made this event possible, and your efforts are truly commendable. Once again, I welcome all of you to this inspiring and insightful event. This international webinar serves as a platform for knowledge sharing, creativity, and collaboration, contributing to the advancement of education in the digital age. Finally, it is with a great honor that invite the Rector of Universitas Siliwangi to officially open this event. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the warm welcoming speech, Dr. Nani Ratnaningsih, M.Pd. The next agenda is opening speech by Professor Dr. Engineer Nundang Busairi, M.T. IPU Asian Engineer, as Director of Universitas Siliwangi. To Professor Nundang, time and place are yours.
Okay, thank you very much for Master of Ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Dean of FKIP and the Head of the English Education Department, Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia, distinguished keynote speakers, respected delegates or partner, participant, colleagues, committees, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to everyone joining us. It is profound privilege for me as the Rector of Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia, to inaugurate this international webinar on digital storytelling 2025, proudly organized by the English Education Department of Universitas Siliwangi with the theme Revolutionizing Education by Bridging Creativity and Technology. This gathering underscore our unwavering commitment to advancing education through creative and technology strategy. Today, I stand before you with immense pride as we witness this remarkable event that has successfully attracted more than 300 participant register and participant from 15 different nations and 6 keynote speakers from 6 countries. Such a significant turnout is piece of clear evidence of global interest in this topic and a reflection of Universitas Siliwangi expanded influence on the international stage. I must take this moment to express my heartfelt appreciation to the English Education Department, FKIP of Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia, and the committee. Your relentless effort, creative planning, and unwavering commitment have been pivotal in making this international webinar a reality. This success is a reflection of your dedication to academic excellence and international collaboration. This webinar is more than just a series presentation. It is a gateway to global perspective, a platform for exchange ideas, and an opportunity to cultivate meaningful connection. I deeply admire the estimation of organization committee, the active participation or student and generosity of our distinguished keynote speaker and presenter who have graciously shared their insight. To all participants, I encourage you to immerse yourself in this experience, learn, engage, and build network that can lead to future collaboration. To our respected keynote speaker and international attendees, welcome to Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia. Even though we are meeting virtually, may you find this event enriching and inspiring, and may it pave the way for future partnership and educational innovation. With that, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I proudly declare the International Webinar on Digital Storytelling 2025 officially open. Thank you. Wallahu muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the speech and officially opening the webinar, Professor Dr. Engineer Nunang Wusairi, M.T. IPU Asian Engineer. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is prayer. Let us now take a brief moment of silence to reflect, offer prayers, or send our positive thoughts in our own way, wishing for a successful and insightful session ahead. You may begin. Thank you. Dear participants, before we go to our main agenda, we would like to have a photo session. Please turn on your camera and get ready to take a picture. Since we don't know what slide we are in, please keep your pose. Right? Everyone, please turn on your camera. We will take a photo session first before we go to the main agenda. Okay. The committee, please help to take the picture. Right. Please keep your best pose. Smile to the camera. I will start the cue. Right, smile. 1, 2, 3. All right. We still have a lot of slides, so please keep smiling. Smile. 1, 2, 3. Right. The next slide. One, 2, 3. Is it enough, committee? All right. Still smiling. Committee, is it enough? All right, so all of the pictures have been taken. Thank you so much, everyone. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the International Webinar on Digital Storytelling 2025 with the theme Revolutionizing Education by Bridging Creativity and Technology. Dear participants, we have now arrived at the main agenda of today's event, the presentation sessions. We are honored to have 3 outstanding keynote speakers and 4 group presenters joining us. Our first keynote speaker is Dr. Tariq M.Phil, Ph.D. from the University of Malakand, Pakistan. It appears that he is already here with us. It is truly an honor to have you here, sir. And the session will be led by our moderator, Ms. Fardila Martina Haris. To Ms. Fardila, the Zoom floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much, Miss Ningsi. But first of all, is my voice clear and audible?
Yes, it's very clear.
All right, thank you for the clarifications. I warmly welcome to the audience. Thank you very much for your preparing yourself to join our webinar today. With great honor, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Fardila Martina Haris from Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia, and as the moderator for the first keynote speakers of presentations today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we are starting the presentation, I would like to inform how this presentation will be going on. First of all, the keynote speakers will have a maximum 15 minutes for the presentations, followed by 5 minutes for Q&A sessions. So please manage your time, and I will friendly remind you if the time is mostly over. Second, Q&A session will be done after the keynote speakers' presentations. Third, every audience can drop the question in the chat box or can directly deliver the question by raising hands virtually, and I, as the moderator, will read the questions to be answered, or I will mention the audience who delivered the question directly. Last one, every audience member is pleased to mute the microphone during the presentation. Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the first keynote speakers for today's session is Dr. Tariq, Master of Philosophy, Ph.D. from University of Malakand, Pakistan. All right, it is now my great pleasure to read the personality of our keynote speaker. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Tariq,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, sir, may I read your curriculum vitae first? Okay.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Okay, let me read the curriculum vitae for our audience. It is Dr. Tariq, Master of Philosophy, Ph.D. His educational training background, it is as teaching English to speaker of other languages or TESOL at Arizona State University of USA from January 2023 until June 2023. And then as a Doctor of Philosophy in English at University from September 2012 until October 2018. Work experiences as an assistant professor of English from University of Malakand from 13 November 2001 until present. And then as the Master Lecturer of English at Abu Dhabi Public School and College from 1 September 2000 and 30 October 2001. Is also expertise as English linguistic and literature with a specialization in post-colonial and post-9/11 discourses, identity politics, naturalization, and diaspora cultural hybridity, indigenization and nativism, Islamophobia, Orientalism, counter-Orientalism. And his recent publication is examining cross-ethnic relationship through selective novels of South Asian writers, relevance and Iqbal's concept of hoodie, analyzing English translation of selective poems of Alabama Iqbal from Zab Ikalim. For the contact information, there was below in your screen. And there was a wonderful curriculum vitae from Dr. Tariq. Yes. That was a very wonderful curriculum vitae from Dr. Tariq. Hello, Dr. Tariq. Good afternoon from Indonesia. It is a really great honor to have you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to everyone,
all right.
of course, everyone, to everyone. And of course, I'm very
Afternoon, sir.
pleased, in fact, on this occasion, and especially, for inviting me, to share my thoughts. And I feel really honored and pleased to have, this session, of course, and as long as my presentation is concerned, so I would definitely come to that. But first, it was, in fact, my great delight to express my gratitude and thankfulness, to the entire team, of course, who put in all the best efforts to make it possible. Because since such events, the global events especially, they are quite tiring. I believe so. So I'm really thankful to all, and especially to Professor Santiana, because she has been in touch, all this time. So I'm really, grateful to her. So let me begin, with my presentation. And
Sure, sir. The Zoom floor is
since I
yours.
cannot, share my slides here, so I would open here, and if you can see the slides, hope you can see the slides.
Could you try again, sir, to share the presentation?
Oh,
We
okay. Can
have
you see the
changed
slides
the.
right now? Is it
Not yet,
okay?
sir. Is it not? Is it
It's not
not
possible to see the
visible?
slides right now. Okay, because there is some problem. I don't know what's the issue in displaying the slides, because I tried my best, to share my slides here. But anyway, I can see it.
Right. Can you share the materials of the presentation, sir? If it's possible
Should I share it?
to.
I'm trying to share it, on this means, but I don't know, in fact, why it's not being shared.
Katrina, if it
Could be
is
there's
possible.
some issue. I don't know.
All right, you could, if it's possible, you could share your PowerPoint presentation material to Miss Santiana, sir, if it's possible.
Okay, okay.
Let
I
us
am
know.
doing. I'm doing that.
Mhm.
I'm doing that.
All right.
I'm doing
Okay,
that
thank you so
right
much, sir.
now, and sorry for the inconvenience, but anyway, this happens with electronic gadgets and all that. We tend to face, so many electronic and technical glitches at times.
That's okay, sir. That's okay.
So it shared with Professor Sandiana.
Okay.
Through WhatsApp, I shared it. Fine.
All right. And once again, I would like to friendly remind you all for the audience to prepare yourself to ask and listen for Mr. Tariqan presentations. So you can ask whatever the question is after the presentation. It is after yes.
Okay. Should I start with my presentation?
Wait. Yeah. Sure. Sure. Time is yours.
Okay. Okay. I already shared, the PPT slides with the Santiana. Hope you can listen me right now.
Yeah, sure, of course. Okay, you can. The time is yours.
Okay. So as long as my title of the presentation is concerned, so it's about digital storytelling in education, cascading intergenerational wisdom and family dynamics in the contemporary society. So let me, actually highlight the content words in the title. It's about digital storytelling, education, and then intergenerational wisdom, family dynamics, and contemporary society. So these are actually the content words which will remain focus, of my presentation. So first coming, to the introduction part of it, the power of stories, the threads that bind us. As long as, the stories are concerned, so they are fundamental to human connection learning, and transmission of culture and values across generations. They provide a framework for understanding experiences, fostering empathy, and building shared identity. In contemporary society, digital tools offer new and dynamic ways to create, share, and engage with stories. So, in a nutshell, I must say that, in fact, it's a binding force, the storytelling, since storytelling is very vital to human understanding since times immemorial to humans. So, it's fundamental to humans because through storytelling, we actually share our understanding of the society. Now, digital storytelling, weaving narratives with technology. Now, in fact, this is the next step through which we can, combine the narratives or the storytelling itself with the technology. Since, the digital storytelling involves using digital tools to create and share personal narratives, it typically combines multimedia elements such as text, images, audio, video, and music to enhance the storytelling experience. Like this approach, it empowers individuals to become creators and disseminators of their own stories. So this is how, the cyber world or the digital world is in fact, playing a vital role in the dissemination of the storytelling. Since storytelling is quite, enticing, and it's, of course, it has been focal to the human interest for ages. So that's the reason, of course, it's important to revive its spirit in the contemporary age, because it's in fact, laden with a bulk of information, and especially, with regard to society. All facets of society, all segments of society, they're equally, of course, disseminated in storytelling. So that's the reason its revival, in fact, in this digital age, it's imminent, it's important. Now, the educational significance, learning through digital narratives. Now, coming to, of course, its educational need and significance. Digital storytelling fosters creativity, critical thinking, communication, and collaboration skills in learners. It provides a meaningful context for learning, making abstract concepts more relatable and engaging. Students become active participants in their learning, developing a deeper understanding of the subject matter through narrative construction. So it is, in fact, a source of fostering the creativity of learners in a classroom environment, in an educational environment. It's also, the source of strengthening the communication skills, the interpersonal skills of the students. And it's also a means of collaboration, of course, at the same time. So its meaning and message cannot be overlooked at any point of time. So as far as the students are concerned, so they must be active participants, in storytelling itself in the classroom environment, instead to be passive recipients. So that's the important part of it, especially in the cyber age. Now coming to the next, about the intergenerational wisdom, connecting through shared stories. Digital storytelling offers a powerful platform for capturing and sharing the experiences and wisdom of older generations. It facilitates intergenerational dialogue and understanding, breaking down potential age-related barriers. The younger generation can gain valuable insights into the past, while older generations can connect with the contemporary forms of expression. So it's a sort of, the past, present, and future continuum. Means it's going to connect us with the past and past with the present. So it's, in fact, going to create, such a bond that is going to strengthen our relationship with, past generation or with older generation. So it's also, a means and a channel of strengthening the ties between, of course, the older generation and the younger generation. and of course, the generation to come. Now, the next slide is about family dynamics in contemporary society, evolving structures, and shifting landscapes. Contemporary society is characterized by increasingly diverse family structures, geographical dispersion, and busy lifestyles. Technology plays a significant role in maintaining family connections across distance and time zones. Digital storytelling can serve as a tool to strengthen family bonds and preserve family history in this evolving context. So this is the fascinating part of it, that this digital age itself, it has very successfully and significantly preserved the legacy of the past. And this is very important because from the past, we learn a lot. Past, itself, it's the guiding image for us. So that's the reason we cannot necessarily overlook, in fact, do away with the past. And it's, in fact, the storytelling technique itself are the people from the past, in fact, who can best express their lived and living experiences with the younger generation, to get them equipped, in fact, with whatsoever they haven't observed so far. Now, the next slide is about digital storytelling and family history, preserving and sharing family narratives digitally. Families can collaboratively create digital stories that document their history, traditions, and values. So very important, since, the whole society, it's made up of values, be it material values or moral values. So all these are, encompassed elegantly in storytelling itself. So it's going to create, of course, a viable environment for a family to strengthen and prosper. So old photographs, home videos, and oral histories can be integrated into compelling digital narratives. So means that the digital devices, of course, they can best store up things like old photos. They're going to tell the tales of the past. The home videos, of course, there are some memories and moments of the home and family that can best be captured and preserved, in the digital world. There are some oral histories. We can also, in fact, share them through digital worlds. This creates a lasting legacy for future generations and fosters a sense of belonging and shared identity. The next slide is about benefits for impact on younger generations. Engaging with the stories of older family members can provide valuable life lessons and perspectives. It fosters empathy, respect, and a deeper understanding of their family's heritage. The process of creating digital stories enhances their digital literacy and communication skills. So it's very interesting part of it that, in fact, we are reviving the past. And in fact, we are getting ourselves connected with the past so that we can, in fact, learn all those things which are missing with us right now. Because right now we have got, this cyber gadgets, of course, the technical gadgets, all that. But we don't have, in fact, the legacy of the past. We have either forgotten that, or in fact, we are not aware of it. But through, of course, this old generation are, in fact, the people who live with us, and they are elders, so they can best, of course, communicate whatsoever they have experienced in their lives. Now, benefits for an impact on older generation. Now, previously we talked about, about the younger generation, and now about the older generation. So it's a reciprocal impact and influence. Sharing and connecting. Sharing their stories can provide a sense of purpose, validation, and connection for older adults. Means, our stories, if in fact digitalized, they can, of course, be authenticated by the presence of our older adults. It offers an opportunity to reflect on their life experiences and pass on their wisdom. Since this is very important, learning new digital skills through the storytelling process can promote cognitive engagement and reduce feelings of isolation. Of course, it's not alone the process of learning in education, but it's also, in fact, the process of healing for the older generation. So means, it's not only the connection, but it's, in fact, our treatment, it's our food, in fact, that can foster our needs the best. Now, the next slide is about the implementation, how we can implement the digital storytelling in educational setting, integrating digital narratives into the curriculum. Digital storytelling projects can be incorporated across various subject areas from history and literature to science and social studies. Educators can facilitate intergenerational storytelling projects that involve students interviewing and collaborating with older community members or family. This approach promotes active learning, critical thinking, and meaningful connections beyond the classroom. So this is certainly very fascinating. And this is, in fact, going to break away with a traditional classroom environment, right? The classroom itself, it has to be the world in miniature, means the small world, but it has to reflect, of course, the things that are happening by and large outside. As far as, the tools and platforms for digital storytellings are concerned, so there are a variety of user-friendly digital tools and platforms that are available for creating digital stories, including video editing software, presentation software with the multimedia capabilities, dedicated digital story apps, online platforms. I have since, mentioned all these things in details in my presentation, but suppose if you're going to, in fact, consult these PPT slides, so you will come to know what exactly I have mentioned, and you can also consult them, for further exploration. The choice of tool depends on the project's complexity and the user's technical skills. Challenges and considerations. Navigating the landscape of digital storytelling. Now, of course, everything has got its pros and cons. So we need to see, of course, the do's and don'ts of it. So as long as the challenges we face in digital storytelling, so the first one is digital divide. Ensuring equitable access to technology and digital literacy for all participants is crucial, very important. So first, it needs, of course, the people to be equipped and well acquainted with digital literacy, cyber literacy itself. It's very important. Means, be it the older generation or the younger generation. So they should equally be, equipped with digital literacy first. The second, privacy and ethical consideration. Respecting individual privacy and obtaining informed consent are paramount when sharing personal stories. Third, technical support and training. Providing adequate support and training for both younger and older participants is essential for successful projects. Now, the next slide is about the future of digital storytelling in education and family dynamics. Evolving narratives in a digital age. Emerging technologies like virtual reality, augmented reality offer new possibilities for immersive and interactive storytelling. Artificial intelligence could play a role in assisting with story generation and personalization. Digital storytelling will likely continue to be a vital tool for fostering intergenerational connections and preserving family narratives in an increasingly digital world. Now coming to the last slide, that is about the conclusion of it, the enduring power of shared stories, weaving together the past, present, and the future. Digital storytelling provides a dynamic and engaging way to bridge generational gaps and strengthen family bonds in contemporary society. By capturing and sharing personal narratives, we preserve valuable wisdom, foster understanding, and create lasting legacies. Integrating digital storytelling into education empowers learners and connects them to enrich tapestry of human experiences. These are the references and question and answers. Thank you for your patience.
All right. Thank you very, very much, Dr. Khan, for the very, very informative presentation. It is really such an interesting presentation and the story above it. And I also heard the real digital storytelling to instigate in the real situation, sir. So that was really, really insightful for us, especially. And then for the next agenda, let's shift our attentions to the next session, which is 5 minutes question and answer. So if you guys or the audience have any questions, please put your questions in the chat box. Or if you please to directly ask to Mr. Khan, please turn on your microphone. I would like to check the chat box. Please. All right, sir. Seems like there's no question yet from the audience. I would like to ask a question for you. Yeah, maybe while waiting for the audience, for the question for the audience. I've
Okay.
seen it
Okay,
that for
sure.
the
Sure.
sure. In the conclusion that you said that it is digital storytelling. It is provide a dynamic and engaging society, family bonds, and also the contemporary society. What I want to ask is, could you a little bit elaborate or telling me what kind of the contemporary society in this case of, and then I would like to know what kind of family bond that you mentioned in the conclusion, so that this digital storytelling is providing this dynamic. So, sir, perhaps that was the question that I would like to talk about, sir.
Okay, okay. Let me, in fact, rephrase your question. That you're asking about, that which family are we specifically addressing?
Yes, it could be. Yes,
Okay,
which
okay.
family?
Which family? In fact, it's an inclusive term. Whenever I am talking about, the family, it's inclusive term. Since, it's a topic typically related to sociology, that we have got, joint family, we have got nucleus family. There are a variety of, types of families or classification of it. But as long as, the storytelling is concerned, it's going to combine, in fact, it's, the very similar source of integrating, in fact, societies, be it a nucleus society or a giant society. So it's not, in fact, typically for a single society, but since, this is a source of, pleasure and purpose equally. So that's the reason we cannot, ignore the fact that it's not important. You can say that it's certainly, typical for a certain society. It's not so. Like, be it a bigger society, be it a small society, whatsoever, be it Eastern, Western, Northern, Southern, wherever, in fact. But in fact, it's important. Why important? Because humans necessarily, they are interested in listening to stories. The stories are, in fact, the best way to not only to inspire the people, but it provides, intellectual food to reflect.
Oh, I see. Oh, that was a great that was very insightful answer, sir. So I would kind of understand the conclusion that you concluded before, and then after you answered my question, there's a question in the chat box from Muhammad
what's the
Irshad
unique one?
Arifin. I would like to read it for you, sir. It is stated that
Okay,
how is
okay,
digital storytelling applied to learning, sir? Thank you.
okay. How is digital story important?
How is digital storytelling applied to learning, sir? From Muhammad Irshad.
Okay. Why it's important and how it's important? You know, as I told you earlier, since it's a creative art, like the storytelling itself, it's a creative art. And as far as the creative art is concerned, so it's in fact, going to trigger our intellect, our creative impulse, and our creativity, our imaginative, of course, standing and potentials. So it can, of course, be effectively utilized even in a digital environment. Rather, I must say that, the digital world itself can also become creative, suppose if you're going to introduce it. So that's the reason, its importance and need cannot be overlooked at any point of time. Like, suppose it's no more, in fact, the part of literature. Like it used to be this storytelling, the part of literature, right? But in fact, now it has so much bigger significance that it's all-inclusive and ever-pervasive. It has permeated into the technology as well. And why it has, in fact, permeated? Because of its need and significance. And since it's the need and significance is out there, and since, it's a source of pleasure and purpose, since, it entices and attracts, the people towards it. So at the same time, it has also become a binding, force and source for the multiple generations.
All right, sir. Thank you for the answer. That
Most
was a
welcome.
very that was a very great answer for this question. Maybe I would like to read one last questions for Mr. Tarikan. Sorry,
Sure.
Mr. Khan. It is from. Wait. Okay, it is from Anamai. It is stated that in your school context, Dr. Tariq, what are the usual challenges faced by the learner in language or literature learning using digital storytelling techniques, sir? That was the question. You can read it in the chat box, or I would like to read it one more time. In your school context, Dr. Tariq, what are the usual challenges faced by the learners in language or literature learning using digital storytelling techniques, sir?
Okay. As far as the challenges are concerned, the challenges, in fact, you can say that we have got the big challenge, of course, it's the technological, you can say, acquaintance. That is, of course, one of the big challenge. Like in the technological age, you can say for sure, in fact, in many cases, I have personally experienced and observed that we haven't as such become the digital natives. We are still digital non-natives living in the digital world, of course. Why? Because we are, in fact, using those gadgets which are probably lesser essential for educational purposes. So that is one of the biggest challenge in, of course, doing things that are pertinent to the educational purposes. Then these challenges can easily be overcome. One. The second part of it, it is also, of course, dependent on the person who teaches. Right? Like, suppose if I'm going to teach first, I have to come down to the level of the students. This is very important because I cannot live in my age. Like, suppose, though I'm not that older, but still, I would say that, in fact, suppose if I go 40 years back or 30 years back, so the students of today, they won't, of course, be sometimes interested in that. But what I need to do, first I go, in fact, to their level. Need to, of course, feel their pulse first. Need to, of course, understand their perception towards, of the past. And later on, after, getting their attention and, of course, arousing their interest towards all these things that I mentioned, then, of course, we can plunge into a purpose. And the purpose is about the storytelling. And since I told you that storytelling itself, it's quite fascinating, quite intriguing, interesting. right? Because since it serves pleasure and purpose, it's equally going to, give us an aesthetic appeal. So because of this aesthetic appeal, it's equally important for all generations.
Okay, thank you, sir. Understandable.
Mm.
We still have some unanswered questions, but unfortunately the time is very limited, sir. So if you might, if it's possible, you can answer the question in the chat box, sir, if it's possible. And I am
Okay.
so sorry we must end this interesting discussion, but don't worry, you can also contact Dr. Khan if you want if you want to ask further questions. So once again, it is
Okay.
really a pleasure to meet you and share, sir. Thank you very much. And then for the next one, I would like to give a great token of appreciations to our first keynote speaker,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Tariq.
I'm
Yes, sir.
yes, definitely, I must say in compliments. In fact, I'm equally indebted to all listeners, in fact, to regardless of, age, regardless of, place and time and all that. So I'm equally indebted to all. I am thankful to everyone, and especially, this spirit of acceptance, it will actually bind us. In the technological world, in fact, what is actually the biggest challenge, the biggest problem, that it has kept the people isolated in many cases. Like the digital world, in fact, it has kept the people absorbed to the extent where the people are unable to give time to other people. So, in fact, in such challenging times, this is the best means as a source, this storytelling in education, that it can bring us together. This can bring, an integrative society. This can bring, of course, a social cohesion, because of which, we can, of course, be together once again. Though the world is heterogeneous, but we can, of course, create a homogeneous world of humans.
All right, that was understandable, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Kat. It's such an interesting discussion. And now is the token of appreciation to our first keynote speaker, Dr. Tariq, Master of Philosophy, Ph.D.
Thank you, and God bless you all.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Han. It's such a great honor to have you here. And I will return back to the Master of Ceremony, Ms. Nixie, please.
Thank you very much for the insightful presentation, Dr. Tariq Khan, M.Phil, Ph.D. And also thank you, Ms. Fardila, as the moderator for guiding the wonderful presentation and Q&A session. Dear participants, now we are going to the next session, group presentations. We will have two groups to present, and the moderator for this session is Dila Prilajayuna. To Ms. Dila, you may take over the session.
All right. Thank you very much, Miss Ningxi. Okay. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, with great honor, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Dila Prilajayuna, and I'm from Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia. I will be the moderator for this session. We will move to the group presentation session for the first two groups presenters. So please stay tuned for this webinar. Before starting the presentation, I'd like to inform the rules of this session. First, each group presenter will have a maximum of 15 minutes for the presentation, so please manage your time, and I will friendly remind you if the time is mostly over. Second, the Q&A session will be held after the presentations by group presenters 1 and 2 are done. Third, Every audience can drop the questions in the chat box or can directly deliver the questions by raising hands virtually. And I, as the moderator, will read the questions to be answered, or I will mention the audience who delivered the questions directly. In addition, please state to which group the question is addressed. Fourth, every audience member is pleased to mute the microphone during the presentation. Thank you. All right, without any further ado, let's invite our first group presenter to present their topic, Creating Interactive Teaching Media Using Scratch, a digital animation for teaching direction in junior high school. We have 5 speakers here. They are Salsabila Noviana Ramadhani, Raina Putri Azahra, Marfaira Aurelia Kurani, Najwa Syaira Aulia, and Neng Lucy Herdiani. All right, to the first group presenter, the Zoom floor is yours.
All right, thank you for the moderator. Is my voice clear?
Very clear. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's start the presentation. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. All right, what is digital storytelling? So, digital storytelling uses multimedia to create engaging stories that can improve language learning and listening skills. It includes animations, videos, images, sounds that can make the learning material more engaging. Fu, Yang, and in 2021 found that tools like Toontastic enhance fluency and engagement. Next slide. So here are the identification of the problems. The first one, we have conducted the interview with one of the PLP teacher at junior high school in Tasikmalaya. An issue that we identified is students lose focus if visuals are too complex. So the adjustments that we made due to the issue that we identified is simplify the visuals, use clear beginner-friendly language because it is for 8th grade junior high school, and ensured high-quality audio with proper volume because it is based for listening skills. And then the story content is giving and asking directions, which is the material from 8th grade junior high school in a school setting for practical listening practice. Next slide, please. And here are the project descriptions. So what is the project about? The project is the digital storytelling video called Excuse Me, Can You Show Me the Way? And the story is about Ima, a new student who navigates school life with help from her friend Lily, Mr. Daniel, the security guard, and Miss Sarah, her teacher, which is the creators of the video. And the learning goals is to learn how to ask for and give directions in English. The second one is practice polite expressions when talking to others, and then build confidence in real-life conversations.
Okay, so the next one is I'm gonna tell you the tools that we use. So we use Scratch for our project. So Scratch is a visual programming platform developed by the MIT Media Lab in 2007. It is widely used in education to teach coding and creative storytelling to interactive animations. Next slide. So why Scratch could support our project? So we could support our project. Scratch helps us tell stories by combining characters, backgrounds, sounds, and dialogue, and the drag and drop system make it easy to use, even without programming skills. And also, we can control movement, timing, and add interactions to make the story more engaging and creative. The next slide. Next slide, please. So here are the visual of the feature. So the first one is sprites. It is the characters or objects in our story. So they can be people, animals, things, or even buttons. We can make them move, talk, and react. And the next one is blocks. Are the commands or instruction in Scratch. They look like colored puzzle pieces that you can snap together to tell your characters what to do. For example, there are blocks to make something move, speak, wait, change color, or even play a sound. So the next one is the backgrounds. We can choose from Scratch background library or even draw our own. Changing the background helps show when a scene is changing, like moving from day to night or one place to another. So here are the drawbacks and supporting tools. So Scratch has limited features for audio editing and smooth transitions. It also don't have much background for school related and characters that we want. So we use supporting tools. The first one is InShot. We use InShot to let us trim and adjust our voice recording so the audio sound clear. I also add sound effect and background music and also help bring it all the scene together at the end. The second one is Sketchbook, was a huge help for customizing the characters. Sometimes Scratch sprites didn't match the exact personality or look we want, so we just drew our own. So the last one is CapCut, help giving us smoother intros and outros with better visual effects. So basically, we use Scratch as our main stage, but these tools help decorate it and make the final result more polished. Okay, that's it for me. I will give it to the next speaker.
All right. For the next part is product workflow and development. The first thing to do that we made the storyboard. We started with storyboarding. We used ChatGPT to give us ideas for what each scene should look like. This helped us to know how to draw the characters and the backgrounds. Next is character design. We did the character design. We drew all the characters by hand using Sketchbook app. And we also used ChatGPT to help us change the characters' faces and body language to match the story. Next is scene and background creation. The background also manually drawn with Sketchbook app. And next is animation and movement. For the animation, we use Scratch. Scratch has coding blocks that helped us move the characters and show how they interact in each scene. And for the scoring and the dubbing, we recorded all the voiceovers and we choose the sound from another application such as TikTok, Pixabay, and InShot. We also use the voice changer in the CapCut app to change the female actor's voice to a male voice. All of these steps helped us to make a fun and useful video to help students learn English. And the next, without further ado, let's watch the video together.
Excuse me. I guess the sound is not available. Maybe you can reshare the screen first and then also share the sound first. Thank you. Or maybe you can continue your presentation and then share your video on the chat box, your video link on the chat box. Okay.
This school is so big. Where should I go?
Hello, young lady. You seem so new here.
Yes, sir. I'm Emma, the new student. But I don't know where anything is.
No problems. Why don't you ask one of your classmates?
Hey there, are you the new student?
Yes, I'm Emma. Can you help me find my way around?
Of course, but let's make it fun with a guessing game. I'll describe a place and you guess where it is.
Sounds great.
First question. This is a place where you wash your hands and go when you really need to use the restroom.
The toilet.
Close. You can say, "Excuse me, can you tell me where the toilet is?"
Got it. Now, can you tell me where the toilet is?
Sure. Walk straight, turn left at the end of the hall, and it's on your right. Next question. This place is full of books. You can read and study here.
Oh, the library.
That's right. Now, how will you ask someone for directions?
Excuse me, how can I get to the library?
That's a great question. The library is on your left. Go straight to the left and it's at the end of the hall.
Thank you, Miss Sarah.
Here is the last question. This is where we eat during lunch break.
Easy, the canteen.
Correct. Now, how will you ask for directions?
Excuse me, could you tell me where the canteen is?
Perfect. It's just down this hall and to the left.
I think I need to go there soon. Thank you so much, Lily. Now I know how to ask for directions.
Anytime. And remember, always be polite when asking.
Got it. Now let's eat.
Hey everyone, so the next is a result of expert judgment. We have three aspects here. The content, design, and technical aspects for perfect match, showing strong relevance and clarity. We know improvement is also needed in distance translation and adding practical examples to boost engagement.
Okay, so the next is conclusions. So the project aims to improve students' listening skills through a creative video made with Scratch. Despite some technical limitations, the team successfully produced an engaging and effective learning material, which was confirmed by expert evaluations. Additional tools like InShot, Sketchbook, and also the CapCut help overcome the challenges and enhance the final results. Okay, next. The last is suggestion for improvement. For the first is add the live example. So also the content is relevant and engaging. It will be even more effective if it could include specific examples such as case studies or sample daily conversation. This edition can help students relate more deeply to the material and enhance comprehensions. And second is include scenario-based learning to improve the visual design engagement. Consider integrating short scenarios or role-play segments related to the topic. This will be a strengthen students' understanding and make the content more interactive. And the last is improve transition smoothness. Consider using smoother animation for effects and also adding brief connectors or a narration between segments. Okay, that's all we can explain about the Scratch application in creating digital storytelling. Thank you for your attention. I give it back to the moderator.
All right, thank you very much to the first group presenter for sharing such insightful information and an incredible creative project video. All right. And then, dear amazing participants, it's a friendly reminder that we will do a Q&A session after the second group presenter has done their presentation so that you may prepare your questions from now on. And ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the next group presentation. Let's invite our second group presenter to present their topic, Exploring Public Places Through Animation, a fun and educational for elementary students. We have 5 speakers here. They are Nedi Herdian, Ardan Alfarisi, Panji Arya Fatahillah, Pandu Pradana, and Fauzan Nugraha. All right, group presenter 2, you may take the Zoom floor and begin your presentation.
Yeah, thank you. So digital storytelling typically involves a 2 to 5 minutes audio-visual clip that integrates photographs, voice-over narration, and other audio components. This format allows for a rich storytelling experience that engages the audience effectively. Digital storytelling is important in education because it can enhance student motivation, digital literacy, and emotional engagement. It helps learning process more effective, interesting, and motivating so that students find it easier to understand and remember new vocabulary and speaking skills development. Next slide, please. Okay, so we interviewed the fourth grade teacher in Ciamis for students' needs related to digital storytelling. And based on our interview, it was found that some students tend to be quiet, have difficulty understanding vocabulary materials, and often get bored during English lesson. However, I tried the atmosphere of the class by myself, and I feel a lot of students doesn't really like English by textbooks. They had writing English, doing homework, and other activity related to writing, but they really like watching English movie. Even now, they doesn't really understand about the conversation. Sometimes they ask me about the video and show their interest about the English educational video. Okay, thank you. Next presenter, please.
Right. Here, the adjustment made from our product is use simple and easy to understand 2D animation to ensure. Uh, because 2D animation is easy to make yet so useful in the same time. And the second is applied a colorful and visually appealing design to capture and maintain attention. So we're not just applying a color, we try to apply color that makes students comfortable and not distract them. And we included familiar places such as mall, bakeries, and airport to make vocabulary relatable because they are learning about places vocabulary. And we added voiceover for each characters to aid listening and understanding. And the last we added with subtitle to help students understand and converse in the conversation and support their reading skills. Okay, next. This project combines simple 2D animations, colorful visual, familiar settings, character voiceovers, and background music to support fourth grade students. The video is designed to make vocabulary learning more enjoyable, relatable, and easier to understand for young learners who may struggle with traditional methods. The title of the story is A Sweet Surprise, which tells the story of Kai looking for a cake as a gift for his older brother, who has graduated. The story is about exploring public places such as malls, bakeries, and airports. The learning goals from our product is increase the students' vocabulary list skills about places by exploring different common places.
The tools that we used in digital storytelling project is Adobe Animate. Adobe Animate originated as Macromedia Flash in the 1990s, widely known for its use in creating web animation and interactive content. After Adobe acquired Macromedia in 2005, Flash evolved into Adobe Animate in 2016 to better support modern web standards like HTML5 and to move away from the now obsolete Flash player. In education, Adobe Animate is used as a tool to create interactive learning content, animated videos, and digital storytelling projects. It allows teachers and students design engaging, visually dynamic materials that support learning across subjects, especially in language learning, arts, and multimedia production. Next slide, please. So there are benefits and drawbacks in Adobe Animate. The first benefit is highly versatile. Adobe Animate can create animation, interactive content, and games for web and mobile. And the second is creative flexibility. Adobe Animate offers a wide range of tools for drawing, twinning, and timeline-based animation. And the third is great for storytelling, ideal for making engaging educational content like digital storytelling videos. And the last benefit is widely supported. Part of Adobe Creative Cloud integrates well with other Adobe apps. And for the drawbacks is steep learning curve. Adobe Animate may be overwhelming for beginners without design or animation background. And second is requires subscription. Adobe Animate is a paid software that can be expensive for schools or individuals. And the third is resource intensive. Adobe Animate can be demanding on lower spec computers, especially for complex projects. And the last drawback is limited collaboration features. Adobe Animate not designed for real-time collaborative work like some modern tools. Thank you.
And the other tool used is Adobe Media Encoder for rendering each scene of the Adobe Animate and CapCut for final editing like translation and adding subtitle.
For the project, for the project portfolio, first we created the character using the oval tool for each shapes like the legs, the body, and the heads. And after that, we use the fill tool to apply the appropriate color for each shapes. And then converting each shape into a symbol. And then we read characters by creating the hierarchy chain. And after that, we just repeat the process for each characters. And the next is background creation. We use multiple tools. Like first, we made the background manually and AI generated using ChatGPT and Leonardo AI. We use multiple tools from the application like the oval tool, square tool, and the fill tool to create the background manually. And for the AI, ChatGPT prompt, like for example, the prompt is like create a 2D image of a simple airport from the side angle and landscape. And for the Leonardo AI, the prompt is make a 2D bakery image with solid color and kids friendly without any people and animals. And next slide. For other background elements, we were using PNG Wings because it is copyright free and easy to download, and it has high quality PNG images that we use, for example, windows or flower pot. Next speaker.
Okay, here's manual how to create manual background, character animation, and how to export media. Firstly, we make the file with full HD and 30 frames per second. And after that, we make we open the character first that we already make it. After that, we use the rectangle tool. Go back to there. We use the rectangle tool to make some background like walls, road, and also the door. And also we use a text tool to make text in here, for example, like open and even bakery. Okay, maybe the result will be like this. And next, I will go to adding the characters. The adding characters is we take the copy layer of the character from the characters table and add it here to the first layer by paste it to layers. And after that, if we want to change the direction, we select all the characters file and then drag it to the other side. It's like this. Okay. For the animation, we use Keynote. We insert Keynote, every Keynote like this. Then we drag the character in the end of the frame. Okay, after this, we make what's this? Walk animation up and down each frames like this. Okay, after done, we can see the result first on the bottom upside and the bottom upper right side is the result. So after this, we go to export the animation to the export and then export video or media. You will directly go to the media encoder, just export. Please wait, and after this, the one scene is already built. It's already made. All right, this is our product showcase.
Today is my brother's graduation day. He's worked so hard for this. He always helps me. He deserves something special. I know I will surprise him with a graduation cake. He loves chocolate cake and I know a near bakery. I will go there. Good morning. Do you still have a chocolate cake with the ribbon on top? It's for my brother.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kai. That was the last one. A customer just bought it and left not long ago.
Do you know where he go?
He said he was heading to the airport to deliver the cake to someone. Maybe you can still catch him.
Should I ride my bike? It's too far. I guess I will find a bus stop. Should I get a flower too? Nah, I think I have to focus on my cake. Excuse me, sir. Did you see someone carrying a chocolate cake with a red ribbon?
Yes, I saw someone like that, but he just left, unfortunately.
Oh no, I really wanted that cake for my brother's graduation.
Oh, that's sweet of you. Ah, don't you worry. I just remembered. There's a bakery at the Sunrise Mall that also sells that exact cake.
Really? I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much. Wow, this airport's parking lot is huge. There it is. I see a taxi stop after this cafeteria. Hello, where do you want to go? To Sunrise Mall, please. After this, I'm definitely getting some rest. Hello, do you have the chocolate cake with the red ribbon on top?
Yes, we do. You're in luck. We just made a fresh one this morning.
Yay! I will take one, please. Surprise! Congratulations for your graduation, big brother.
Whoa, Kai! Thank you. This is my favorite cake.
I have been to many places and I'm so tired. Do you know where I have been and who I have met?
Okay, that's it for our showcase video. So I hope for the next slide, I will open it to Pandu, please.
Okay, thank you. The judges said the video is relevant, delivering material to the learning topic, which is public places. And we keep the conversation in basic level so that it is easy for students at 4th grade elementary school to understand. There was no uncommon vocabulary, so it's suitable for EFL children in grade 4 elementary school who are just learning English. And there are also questions at the end of video. Okay.
All right, the conclusion, these projects help teachers teach English to grade 4 students in a creative and interesting way using digital storytelling. The main achievements that we have been achieved are the ability to use GST media as a learning tool. And for the challenge, the software we use is mostly manual, so it takes a long time to create each scene.
All right. Now the suggestion from what have we done. Future projects, we hope we can use consistent backgrounds from our own creations without help of AI or taking elements from websites. Then increase the animations details such as blinking, moving hands, glancing, and another thing. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's all from us. I'll hand it back to the moderator. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Group Presenter 2, for sharing insightful information and conveying such meaningful perspective on your project. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's shift our attention to the next session, which is the question and answer session. I will check the chat box if you have any questions, and if you are interested to speaking directly, please turn on your microphone. All right, I will check the chat box first. Okay. Yeah, seems there's still no questions. Okay. All right then. Okay. Yeah. Since we have a limited time, ladies and gentlemen, maybe we can, if you have any questions, you can contact the presenters for the questions. And for the presenters, if you don't mind, you can share your contacts on the chat box so that the audience can contact you for any questions. Okay, so yeah, unfortunately, we must end this interesting discussions. Thank you very much for your enthusiasm for this session. And then thank you very much also to the entire group of presenters who provided very interesting insights. Hopefully, they can be useful for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, the group presentation session has ended, and I will give the time back to the MC, Miss Ningsih, please.
Thank you very much to all of the presenters for giving your best efforts in presenting your project. And thank you, Ms. Dila, for guiding the session. And dear participants, before we move on to the next keynote speaker, please enjoy the performance song from Siliwangi University Choir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our second amazing keynote speaker, Dr. Rasha Youssif, Ph.D. from Assiut University, Egypt. We are truly honored to have her with us today, and this session will be moderated by Ms. Dila Prilajayuna, SPD. So to Ms. Dila, please.
All right, thank you so much, Miss Ningsi. Back again with me, Dila Prilajayuna from Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia. Thank you so much for staying with us and joining the webinar until now. It's an honor for me to be your moderator for the second keynote speaker's presentation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before starting the presentation, I'd like to inform how the presentation will be going on. First, the keynote speakers will have a maximum of 15 minutes for the presentation, followed by 5 minutes for Q&A session. So please manage your time and I will friendly remind you if the time is mostly over. Second, the Q&A session will be done after the keynote speaker's presentation. Third, every audience can drop the questions in the chat box or can directly deliver the questions by raising hands virtually. And I, as the moderator, will read the questions to be answered, or I will mention the audience who delivered the questions directly. Fourth, every audience member is pleased to mute the microphone during the presentation. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the keynote speaker for today's session is Dr. Rasha Youssif, PhD from Assiut University, Egypt. All right, and now it's my great pleasure to read the personal data of our keynote speakers. All right, yep. Dr. Rasha earned her PhD in American Poetry in Sohag University in 2024. And also Dr. Rasha graduated at Assiut University and earned Master of American Hispanic Literature degree. And then she also earned Bachelor's of Arts in American Literature. All right. Her work experience are in 2021 until now, she's a freelance English language instructor. And then from March 2021 to September 2021, she was a head of English department in Passion International University. And then in 2021, she was a guest lecturer for soft skills. She also has areas of expertise such as American poetry and then teaching and student development, soft skills consulting, life coaching training, curriculum development, advancing teaching methodologies, and inclusive learning environment. And if you're interested to contact her, you can contact her via the contact information by Gmail or mobile phone. All right. That's really great CV from Dr. Youssif. Okay. And
Good
yeah.
morning.
Hello, Doctor.
Good morning, Dela.
Good morning. Good afternoon from Indonesia.
And good morning from Egypt here. It's still morning, by the way.
Ah, okay. It's already afternoon here.
Yeah.
All right. This is Dr. Rasha. All right, Dr. Rasha.
Make
Okay.
a screen share.
Yep.
You will make a screen share or I will make it.
Yeah, it's okay if you want to share the screen, or I will help you to share the screen.
it seems that there is a problem. Can you make a screen share from you? Or
Oh,
let
all
us
right. Yes. Okay, the committee will help us to share the screen.
Yes.
Okay, please wait a minute. Okay, all right then. Okay, I will share the screen. This one. All right, Dr. Rasha, the Zoom floor is
Okay.
yours.
Okay, first of all, I'm so happy to be here with all of you today. Before I start my speech, I want to thank you, Dila, for your amazing smile. I admire it so much. It's truly enchanting and out of the room. It's such a pleasure to be here with you today. And also, I want to say how much I loved the video presented by the girls, by the way. It was amazing. The visuals were beautiful. Um, the sound effects were subtle, powerful, and the whole presentation had such a lovely feminine touch. I'm truly admire it, and I must admit I am a little pleased, but for the girl, by the way. Also, the video presented by the boys was also very well done, with a great effort and creativity clearly visible. Big thank should go to Dr. Santiana for her wonderful guidance, and her influence clearly shines through her students' work. A big clap for the girls for their videos, by the way. Today we're gonna talk about storytelling and from page to screen, as we know. The first thing, what is storytelling? Or in today's world, storytelling is more than just an entertainment. It's a powerful educational tool. It helps us connect, reflect, and learn. Whether in classroom, digital platform, or creative spaces, stories have the power to engage hearts and mind, making learning more meaningful and memorable. So the first thing, storytelling definition. Storytelling definition, or what is storytelling? Digital storytelling means that is art of combining voice, visuals, mimics, music, and emotion to tell a meaningful story online. Why it works in education, why it's important to use storytelling in education. The first thing, that it enhances student engagement, as all of us see in the videos presented by the girl and the boys today. Also, first of all, I have an episode called El Miraya, which means a mirror. I presented this episode and this podcast, and this is a great example for storytelling. As we know why it works in education, it enhances student engagement, support emotional and social learning, helps a student connect personally with content, and enhances their imagination. It makes learning memorable and shareable. The next slide. What is, yes, from ancient to digital, storytelling has been part of education for thousands of years. Okay, just to wait a minute. I should have to plug on the.
All right, take your time,
Yes.
Dr. Rasha. Yeah, it's okay.
Plug. Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. From ancient to digital storytelling evaluation. Storytelling we should have, or the traditional form for storytelling, or the traditional form for story is oral traditions, books, print book, radio, TV, social media, podcasts, or reels. The key form or the key ideas for all these items is the platform changes. The platform we present storytelling a change, but the heart of the story doesn't change. In classroom, this means adapting timeless communication to modern tools. Next slide. Emotion flow engagement. In storytelling, we have a very important items, which is emotional flow engagement. And also this is clearly presented in the two videos. There is a big difference, by the way, between the videos presented by the girl and the videos presented by the boys. The girl's video has a feminine impact. So the emotional flow engagement, means that the narrative arc in learning, how the conflict, this is the component of the emotional flow, the component to be considered in our mind when we are making a videos like the videos by the girls, the narrative arc in learning, the conflict, what is the challenge or question will be presented in the storytelling or in the context of the video. A struggle, what does it feel like not knowing, what is the struggle for the video, what will be the conclusion for at the end of the video. Shift, what insight change understanding. And also I will take an example from the girls video because again I'm really admired it. Each girl from students has a unique style, has a unique voice tone. So this is the shift changing understanding for the video. Hope, how can this knowledge be applied? Using this arc in lessons planning can increase retention and emotional connection to material. And by the way, the video presented by the girl attracted my attention and I concentrated from the second one to the last minute of the videos. That's it. Next one. Next. Okay. What make a story powerful? This is, we have 5 elements for learning. Number 1, clear message or concept. We should have a clear message presented in the videos. We can call it the title of the video. What will be the message will be delivered to the audience or the presented for this video. Emotional hook to connect personally. The girls in the video makes attractive visual, attractive voice tone for girls, attractive, handsome, beautiful girls. So this is emotional hook to connect personally. Authentic voice. As we see, authentic voice, teacher or students, and I think the voice for the video was Salsabil, I think. She has a great voice tone, a strong structure. The video is well structured. And the last element, sensory elements, audio, images, emotions, as we see in the videos. Students relate better to connect delivered as a story rather than raw data. So these are the story, why make the story or the video powerful for storytelling. Next slide. From page to screen, the journey, the process in education. The first thing in each storytelling or in each, even when we are writing a paragraph, not a storytelling, we should have a draft, the learning story. What will be the topic? We will gather a group of 5 students, as we see, and we will choose attractive topic, attractive title. Next thing, to break into moments of curiosity, conflict, and discovery. As we told before, what will be the conflict, the struggle for the videos. Next thing, add narration, visuals, and sounds. The fourth thing, choose the format, video, podcast, digital journal, what will be the visual. The last thing, share with class to reflect and improve. And the girl shares a video with all the world, by the way, and I admire it, as I told you before. So this is the process of storytelling in education. Next one, matching platform to story. We have different platform, different trends in educations. As we see, we have reels, quick conceptual summaries. We have YouTube shorts, and by the way, I have a YouTube channel, and I also have a podcast named Rasha English Cafe. In this podcast, I present a series of learning English, soft skills, and as I told you before, I have a podcast. Podcast named El Mraya, which means mirror. It's a platform or a podcast which reflects the inner feeling of woman's girl and how to overcome the struggle within it. So the different platform to present a story as we have reels, YouTube shorts, podcasts, posts, or blog, and this is written, not visual. So each one will choose a one that fit his or her appeals. Next one. Tools for storytelling, or what will be the tools. First one, we should have recording, Adobe podcast, or editing. The next one, boys, by the way, they should CapCut program. I know it. In short, we videos, design, we have a lot of program which help us design the storytelling, such as Canva, Google Slides. Writing, we have Google Document, Notion, voice note transition tools. There are accessible and student-friendly tools to use when we are using storytelling. Second, next one. Mistakes to avoid. We have mistakes to avoid in creating videos, overloading content. Both the video of girls and boys, they are condensed and they are not overloading contents, but I have small remarks about notes about the boys. They write a lot of lines in the videos, so they distracted my attention. There are a lot of lines, a lot of words. They distract my attention. So try to just only write only one line in the videos or in the content. So the mistakes to avoid: to overloading content, too long or complex, flat delivery with no emotion or hooks. Each video should present or should has an emotional flow, or should present an emotion to present, to how to attract attention, how to attract audience to listen or to watch the video to the end. Next thing, ignoring student voice and engagement. Both boys and girls, by the way, they have a unique voice tone and they know where to stop when reading or when perform the video. Using platform poorly matched to the messages. The last thing, not adapting based on learning feedback. This is a mistakes should avoid in creating a storytelling. Next one. I think this is a practical tip for educators. Start small, turn one lesson into a story, and this is clearly presented in both videos by boys and girl. Invite students to share their learning journey. And I think both of them also make these elements, they share their learning journey. Let silence and reflection be part of a story. uh, Not to be very fast or very rapid when we are perform a story or perform a video. You should, as I told you, take a breath and know how to stop when we are talking. Repurpose your content across platform. Means that each video should be specific, stick to the point. And the last thing, encourage a student to embrace their own voices. And as I told, this is clear in both video, girl and boys. Next one. Final reflection. Every learner has a story. Every one of us has a story. Every lesson can be a narrative. Digital storytelling isn't just about technology. It's about making learning personal, emotional, and unforgettable. We use storytelling, or we use videos in general, because even the children or the toddler, they can memory with photos, not by listening. Eyes memory better than minds. So every learner has a story. And this is, I think this is the end of my presentation. The next slide will be the final one. Yes, thank you for being part of this journey. And I told you before that each learner has a story. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Rasha, for the fruitful information. Okay. Yep. And then, ladies and gentlemen, and now let's move to the next session, which is the Q&A session. I will check the chat box first. Okay. Wait. All right. It's seems like there's a question.
Okay.
By okay. By Miss Rifa Aulia. Okay. All right. I will read the question. I'd like to ask regarding the time the teacher needs to spend to be able to make a digital storytelling as the teaching material. Since it requires a lot of elements and preparations, how long does it take to prepare the teaching material?
To prepare the materials, it's your own, it's your job, it's your responsibility. So as for me, and I am 20 years of experience, I take more than 3 days to prepare this presentation, even it's a small one. So when we are preparing a presentation for our students, we're in university, we're in schools, we should take into consideration the age of the audience, the visual aids. How can I attract their attention, and how can I make them engage in my story in order to make them know the lesson very well? So what will be the time, or how long does it take? It depends on your successful, and it depends on your ability in preparing the material. It may take from you just only 1 hour, and it may only also it may take from you 1 week. So it depends on your responsibility and ability.
All right, so it depends on us, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right, thank you for the answers. And then we have another questions here. Wait a minute. It comes from Mr. Pandu. Okay, here's the questions. Ma'am, do you agree if EFL elementary students just needs digital storytelling for their learning media? I teach elementary students, and when it comes to textbook, they got easily bored. But when they watch this video, they are so excited.
You answer the question by yourself, my dear. You answered the question. As for me, by the way, you said that you teach elementary students. As for me, I have children, a girl children. She is 3 years old, and 3 years old. She's still a young. When I am teaching her a story or telling her something in pen or with box, they get bored, as you said. But with videos, she memory many things. Young learners, elementary students in particular, they should or we should use videos in teaching them in order, as I told you before, because that we have a photo mirror in our mind. The scientific research said that the children or the toddler or the baby has a photo mirror in their minds from age 6 months till 10 till to the last age. So they have a photo mirror. They memory the photo better than the speech. That's it.
All right, yeah, very interesting answer. Okay, and since like all questions have been answered, so thank you for your enthusiasm for this session. But unfortunately, the time is limited, so we must end this interesting discussions. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Rasha. It's such an interesting discussion.
Thanks,
Okay.
Leila.
Okay, and now we would like to deliver our great token of appreciation to our second keynote speaker, Dr. Rasha Youssif, Ph.D., the committee. Back to the MC. Miss Ningsi, please.
All right, thank you very much for the amazing presentation, Dr. Rasha Youssif, PhD from Assiut University, Egypt. And dear participants, we will have another group presentation session. There are two groups that will present, and the presentation and also the Q&A session will be guided by our moderator, Fardila Martina Haris. To Miss Fardila, the Zoom floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Ningsi, for letting me to take over the sessions. All right, ladies and gentlemen, back again with me, Fardila Martina Harris, and I will be the moderator for the sessions. We will move to presentation session for the third presenter and the fourth presenter. Before we are starting the presentation, I would like to inform the rules of the sessions, which is first of all, each group presenter will have a maximum of 15 minutes for the presentations, followed by the Q&A session. So please manage your time, and I will friendly remind you if the time is moved over. And then for the second one, Q&A session will be held after the presentation by group 4 are done. Oh, sorry, for the fourth groups are done. And then for every audience can drop the question in the chat box or can directly deliver the question by raising hand virtually. And I ask the moderator to deliver the questions to be answered, or I will mention the audience who delivered the question directly. In addition, please state to which group the question is addressed because it's truly important. And last one, every audience member is pleased to mute the microphone during the presentations. All right, thank you. All right, without any further ado, let's invite our third group presenter to present the topic, Zoom, Speak, Animate, Innovating Speaking Lesson for the 7th grade students. Here we have 5 speakers. They are Shahla Aurelia, Amalia Anugrah Putri, Kasilda Mubarak, Renata Ananda Uhyar, and Rina Amelia Febriani. good afternoon, the third group presenter. Welcome to this webinar, and I will please you to have the floor on the Zoom. The Zoom floor is all yours. Please.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen first.
Sure, take your time.
Are my voice audible? Is my voice
Yes,
audible?
it's pretty clear and audible.
Okay, first of all, I want to explain what is digital storytelling. Yeah. According to Ong and Ariados 2023, digital storytelling is basically storytelling that uses digital tools like audio, images, and video to help people express themselves or something. And is it important for education? Especially our topic highlighting speaking skills. Yes, it is can build speaking confidence through interactive elements that encourage verbal responses. And we are conducted interviews at junior high school Tasikmalaya, Indonesia. The participants are an English teacher, a teacher assistant, and 2 7th grade students. And we got 5 main points from the interviews. The first is the teacher saying that the students need to grow their awareness that learning English is important. For that point, we provide meaningful storylines so the students feel engaged. And the second point, all of the interviewees prefer daily life stories. So our project is in online classroom. So we hope that it will help them in real life situation when conduct online. And they also want to improve speaking skills. So we prompt pop-up question. And the fourth point, the students likes direct explanation. So we made direct answer in the dialogue. And last but not least, they mentioned struggling and arrange words. So we made addition in pop-up question to arrange one sentence. The next will be presented by Edgar.
All right, thank you. Allow me to explain the project description. Our video's format is 2-dimension with 3 minutes duration. We choose interactive style because our target audience is 7th grade students, and we know that they tend to lose their focus easily if it's just watching video 3 minutes straight. So we add some pop-up quiz about the video in the middle, where teacher will pause the video, ask the student about the question, the students answered, and after the student answered, the teacher will continue the video to see the answers. Then, the material we choose is about online ethic. We choose this based on our interview with the students. They say they prefer daily life story. And since online platform like Zoom is often used, we think it would be better if 7th grade students know how the online ethic. Next, please. Next slide, please. And the story description, the story is about a student who keep breaking online ethic. We choose this story because with the light or familiar problem, we hope that students can feel more engaged and be able to apply the good things from the video. Next. And for the learning goals, we have 3 learning goals. The first is get the lesson. We hope that students will understand the topic easily through the story and animation that we make. Second is use what you learn. We hope that students will take ideas from the video and apply them to real-life problems or activities. Third is learn from the videos. We hope that students will get better at understanding and using information from digital media like videos. And how can this video help students or teacher achieve these learning goals? Well, the video helped achieve these learning goals through visual, interactive prompts, and real-life problems. That's it.
Okay, the tools we used. The application that we use is named CapCut. It developed by ByteDance under the same company as TikTok, and it launched in May 2019 in China under the name Via Maker. Next slide. In education, CapCut is so useful. Teachers create simple and engaging learning videos so it can keep the students' attention, keep them engaged, and help them to understand things easily. And then students use it for creative video assignments and projects. When they get a video assignments, students oftenly also use these apps so they can embrace their creativity on these apps because this apps is accessible and easy to use for both teachers and students to operate. It doesn't need any complicated setup, just tap and edit. Next slide. And then CapCut support our project in so many ways. Here, CapCut provides key features. For example, here, layering. Layering is beneficial for us to make a movement in our characters. And then voiceover, also useful for us to add the story to the video. And then keyframe to add the movement effects on our video. And then music and sound effects. We can also find it here on this app. And then despite we use a free account, we still can access a lot of features easily. And then these apps help us create our video, same as the one that we planned. And then this app is easy to use. It's simple, beginner friendly. So we don't need to be an expert first to use this app. And this app works smoothly both on phones and PC devices. Next slide. When it comes to strength, CapCut has a lot. As I mentioned before, CapCut is simple to use and then it accessible both on phone and PC. And then you can record your own voice here on this app, add music, effects, and transition. And then you can control video movement with keyframes. And you can also add subtitles here. And when you want to export your video, you can choose your video quality. And then even though we use our free account, we can still access a lot of features. And then no matter how longer our video, there's no time limitation. There's no duration limitation here on CapCut. And then there are some templates for simple edit. And for some drawbacks, CapCut isn't perfect. It lacked the depth of tools like Adobe Premiere offered, and then some effects, transition, and special fonts are locked unless you use a paid account, and then it doesn't provide free editing materials like images, videos, characters, or any other elements for editing, so you need to find any other application to get those editing materials. And then file size become large as video duration increases. So the longer your video duration of your video, the large the size of your video would be. And how we overcome the drawback, especially for the number 3, will be referred in the next slide by my friend.
Okay. Uh, for our additional app, we're using Medibank Pay Pro. It's developed by Medibank Inc. And CEO Hideyuki Takashima, and originally launched as Medibank Pro in June 2015 in Japan. As for Ibis Pain Acts, the founder is Eiji Kamiya, the executive chief, developed by Ibis Inc. and originally launched as Ibis Paint in 2011 in Japan. Next.
The product workflow and development. As the one responsible for creating the characters, I drew the characters manually. I made these characters regarding the characters in the English module of 7th grade. I developed them again, or I changed the appearance of each character with a new design. The tools I use are the Medibank Pro app on my computer with a pen tablet support to make it easier for me to draw. I was originally going to use the Ibis Paint X application on my mobile phone, but I replaced it with Medibank Pro because I felt comfortable. For scene creation and backgrounds, because our animation is about online meetings, it doesn't have a lot of scene changes and the characters don't move a lot. As you know, when we have online meetings, we just sit and listen, right? So each scene is different, but the place and backgrounds are still the same. The difference is the expression in each scene. For the background here are the room and each and the scene is online meeting outline. So we may here each member made it based on the character we choose. This way we can optimize time as well. Next. Animation and movement. The first step is to draw the character with different poses or expressions in each frame. After every drawing is finished, it will be added in CapCut. Each frame will be adjusted based on our story script. Our animation technique is kind of similar to pose-to-pose animation, which is to determine key poses or important poses in an action, and then insert in between images to create a smooth and structured movement. And this is the Medibank Paint Pro features. There are in the left, there are pen, eraser, and there are list of pen brush. In the right, there are layer and you can add layers also.
Okay, and the product workflow and development as editors. First, we arrange the voiceover into one audio because we record the voiceover in different places. And the second step is combine the characters that has been made by the designer into one video for each character. And after that, we link each character video into one frame because in this project we add because in this project is about online meetings, so we add into online meeting user interface. And after that, I add subtitle, or actually we can add using auto captions, but in a pro account. And after that, in the finishing step, I add the pop-up question or some events. And here are the interface of CapCut. There are supporting features like to add out media or audio, and then there's a layer 1 and layer 2. Actually, under the layer 1 there is the main layer, and layer 1 and layer 2 is actually just an overlay. And there is also a video or picture features to remove the background or maybe zoom and rotate the pictures. And there's also a keyframe like Amelia was mentioned before. And then we also can add the voice recorder directly in the CapCut app. And let's diligent and hard worker student. With her smartness, she go along very well with her classmates. We were so diamond in our classroom for others, yes, ma'am.
schedules to understand how fast and get information from our own schedules.
Okay, in this step, here, the teacher should pause the video, then ask the students to answer it orally. So it can encourage the student to answer it, to speak it.
Yes, to be able to join the class on time. I just can't hold myself when it takes so long to answer.
Yeah, same with this one.
Since you have a technical issues, since I cannot hear the voice on your product, sorry. If you may, you can deliver your presentation, so you can continue your presentations.
Our expert judgment, overall, the video is generally good and well received with appreciation for its simplicity, colorfulness, and concept. However, some improvements are needed to make it more effective and engaging. Like content focus, the material should be more focused on a single main theme, with any additional content literally supporting that theme. Second, character expressions. The visual storytelling can be improved by enhancing the expressions of the characters to convey emotions better. The last, audio clarity. The voice or sound should be made clearer, so viewers can understand the message without relying solely on it.
Okay, and for the conclusion, the main goal of our project was to create an engaging and interactive storytelling video to help 7th grade students improve their speaking skills. We successfully created a 2D animated video using CapCut with voice or live scenarios to make the content relatable. This helped increase students' engagement and provided a familiar context for language learning. Based on expert judgment, the video is well fun and appealing, but there are areas to improve. These include focusing more clearly on one main material, making character more expressions, and improving the audio quality for better understanding. Next. And the suggestions to improve the video, we suggest a few key points. First, enhance the animation quality by adding more character movement and scene variety. Second, upgrade sound productions by using better microphones and editing for clearer voiceovers. Third, improve characters' expressions for better convey emotion and intention. And lastly, focus the material by sticking to one clear objective throughout the video. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the third group presenter for providing such an informative content. The pretty clear tutorial about the CapCut, IBs, Medibank, points per and etc. It's really, really insightful. And I just wanted to remind you that we will do Q&A session after the fourth group presenter has done the presentation. So you may prepare your question from now on for the audience, and also you guys still could stand by to hear the question from the audience. All right, without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the next presenter. It is for the fourth group presenter that will present their topic about the adherence horology, teaching adverb of frequency for fourth graders by using light motions. In this time, we will have 6 speakers here. They are first Najwa Azhara, Florensa Natania Ruswandi, Delia Siska, Karisna Nur Asria, Slutsiana Iklasia, and Zulfikar Nur Aulia Mauludin. All right, good afternoon for the fourth group presenter. For the fourth group presenter, without any further ado, you may present your presentations. The Zoom floor is all yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, first, I will explain about what is digital storytelling. Digital storytelling is important in education because it promotes deeper learning by allowing students to organize and express their ideas meaningful through multimedia. It supports both academic and emotional development, helping students understand complex topics and share their perspective creatively. According to SADC 2008, digital storytelling allows students to participate in the learning process in an active, reflective, and meaningful way, enhancing their motivation and engagement. And why is it important in education? Because it actively engages students in the learning process, promotes creativity, skills such as critical thinking, communication, and digital literacy. It allows learners to express their personal experiences and perspective, fostering a deeper emotional connection to the material. Moreover, it supports multimodal learning by integrating text, images, audio, and video, making content more actionable and memorable. Next. How it helps English learner. Digital storytelling allows learners to use adverbs like always, usually, and never in real life contexts such as daily routines, and this helps improve understanding and usage through meaningful repeated exposure. Next.
So we connected through an interview with an English teacher at Islamic Elementary School, fourth grade students. And from the interview we conducted at the school, we found three main challenges that students often face. The first, many students struggle with grammar, and which makes it difficult for them to communicate clearly in English. And the second, we noticed that most of their facility lack engaging visual elements, like videos which can make the class feel less interesting. And for the third, a lot of students feel nervous or not confident when speaking English, especially in front of others. And based on the challenges we found, here are the solutions. First, we add engaging visual like learning in class more interesting. And the second, simplify the narration. It means we using clear and simple language so the students can easily understand. And the third, we using relatable story or real life examples that to build the students' confidence. Next slide, please. For the project description, the project interview, we use format 2D animated short video, 2 minutes, 55 short videos, seconds. And for the style, we using motion comic. And motion comic is a type of digital storytelling that combines elements of the traditional comic books with animation, and but add movements, sound effect, and sometimes voice acting. For story description, it's about shows, Amina and Hassan using adverb of frequency like always, usually, sometimes in their daily activities, and it is chosen to reflect students' real life experience. And for learning goals, uh, there are three important things we want to achieve. The first, we want to make them understand how to use adverb of frequency. And the second, we want to build their confidence so students feel comfortable speaking English. And the last, we want to improve their listening and understanding skills by listening and watching to find and interesting stories that we've already made. Thank you.
Okay, for the next, a light motion is an application developed by Light Creative in Seoul, South Korea, and launched in August 2018. In June 2022, its ownership was transferred to Splice Video Editor, Milan, Italy. And why it supports our project, Light Motion is intuitive for beginners, making it easy for students to create animation and visual content. It also provides the necessary features to produce digital storytelling, such as video editing, animation, and effects. This makes it a great tool for students to express their creativity in our project. And then this application can be used in various educational activities, including digital storytelling, media and design classes, project-based learning, social media content creation, and student engagement. With its easy interface and useful features, Alike Motion is an ideal choice for creative project-based learning. Next slide. And then Alike Motion offers several advantages that support students' creativity. It has a user-friendly interface for new animators, making it easy to learn and use. The application also includes a rich set of tools for creating motion graphics, animation, and visual effects, which helps brings ideas to life. Its mobile accessibility allows students to work on projects from their phones, making the creative process more flexible and convenient. And for the drawback and solution, one challenges we faced was the lack of scene transition between clips, which affected the flow of the video. To overcome this, we used CapCut for adding smooth transition between scenes, enhancing the flow of the story and creating a more professional result. Okay, next slide.
All right, move to our product workflow and development. We draw the storyboard sketch on a piece of paper after we decide which scene is the best, and we are able to do so. We started to draw them digitally using IBIS Paint manually. Next slide. There are three characters, Hassan, Aminah and Peter. The teacher's character is inspired by the Genshin Impact character Raiden Shogun. We redraw them using the pencil tool to create the basic sketch of the characters and background. Based on the storyboard, we created area on paper. After the basic sketch is complete, we add details such as attributes and facial expressions, following the storyboard we made previously. Then we color the characters and background with colors that match the atmosphere of the scene. And then we add effects like shadows and light to give depth to the image. Finally, we ensure that all elements look harmonious and aligned with the theme we desire. After that, we conducted a review and revision, paying attention to the alignment with the storyboard and the quality of the image and the suitability of colors and details. Once everything was done and the final result was satisfactory, we saved the file in high resolution to maintain the quality of the image. Next.
Scene creation. We create some of the backgrounds from the scratch. However, when we got tired, we asked ChatGPT to generate some scenes. So there are no specific prompt. We just ask ChatGPT to do the image, to generate the image by giving them the sample of our drawing. So ChatGPT can copy the style of our drawing. Next slide, please. Animation and movement. So we use light motion in making part of the body moving. As for character expression, we use transition, fade in and fade out in CapCut. So it gives out a smooth transition between expressions. Since light motion doesn't have any transitions, so you can add transitions in light motion. However, you will need to make it manually, so it will be tricky. As you can see here, there are something like graph, curves, or whatever it is called easing. So easing is a method to which control the motion of your animation to make it more natural or dynamic. Okay. Next. We also record voiceover for narration and character dialogue using a mobile microphone. Then we enhance those audios in CapCut by reducing the noise and using AI to change the voice. Okay, you may move to the next slide. So allow us to present our product here. So I hope you enjoy the video here.
It seems that the audio is not audible. Is it having an audio or it isn't?
It's having an audio. Because
Audio seems not audible. Perhaps you could you may reopen the your product since the audio is not audible.
frequency.
It's audible now.
Good morning, Hassan. I always wake up early to pray before school. How about you?
Morning, Amina. I usually wake up on time, but sometimes I stay in bed too long.
Good morning, class. Today we will learn about adverbs of frequency. These words help us describe how often we do something. For example, I always read a book before bedtime. Amina, can you share an example?
I usually help my mom cook dinner in the evening. She says I'm a great little chef.
That's wonderful. Hassan, how about you?
Well, sometimes I forget to clean my room, but I never forget to play outside. You know, I realize I sometimes forget to finish my chores. My mom always reminds me, but I get distracted.
Hey, that's okay, Hassan. If you practice a little every day, it will become a good habit. Maybe you can set a reminder.
That's a great idea. I will try it soon.
Hey, that's okay, Hassan. If you practice a little every day, it
Saya
will
juga
become a good
dipotong
habit.
teman-teman.
Maybe you can set a reminder.
I did it! I never thought I could do all my tasks on time. And now, time to play.
Okay, for the expert judgment, feedback highlight. The first one is trained. There are clear visual and audio quality, and then overall good storyline and concept. And then suggestion for improvement. There are lower background music volume. Consider using three-dimension elements. And the last one, add more characters to expand vocabulary exposure. For the expert judgment report table, the aspect, the material suitability for the indicator, topic relevance, learning objective relevance, language appropriateness, learner engagement, cultural sensitivity, and active participant. And then the aspect design suitability. For the indicator, visual clarity, multimedia integration, smooth transitions, accessibility, and alignment with students' interests. And the aspect, playback experience. For the indicator, audio-visual clarity, smooth playback across devices, and overall IT accessibility. Next slide. Summary of project. The first one is objective, to help fourth grade students understand and use adverbs of frequency through digital storytelling. The approach uses digital storytelling, which allows students to learn through interactive stories, images, sounds, and videos. Through this activity, students will not only learn the meaning and use of adverbs of frequency, but will also practice using them in their own sentences and stories. And then the second one is achievement. Created an engaging story with relatable characters and daily routines. This story helps students understand the use of adverbs of frequency in the context of daily routines. And then improve students' interest and understanding of grammar. They become more interested because learning is packaged in a fun and interactive way.
and then integrated visual and narration effectively. This combination helps students understand the context and meaning of sentences more easily. And then the last one is challenges. Background music needed volume adjustment. The background music is too loud or too soft, so it needs to be adjusted so that it does not interfere with the narrative or students' conversation when listening to the story. And then limited character variety. And the last one is two-dimension visual or three-dimension could enhance engagement further. The next slide, please. And then for suggestion, the first one is add more interactive elements. For example, quizzes or equation. This will help students think actively and strengthen their understanding of their material presented. And the second one, refine visual design with smoother animation and transition for a more enjoyable and professional viewing experience. The third one, improve sound balance by lowering background music volume. And the fourth, include more characters to support vocabulary development. And the last one, consider using three-dimension visual to boost student engagement. Consider using three-dimension visual boost student engagement. Can increase students' overall attention and engagement. That's all from our group. Thank you for your attention. Now I would like to return the session to the moderator.
All right, thank you very much, the fourth group presenter, for sharing a Q animation with insightful informations with language, with the articulating meaningful with your throughout your project. But yeah, because of the limits of time, I would like to shift our attention to the next session, which is the question and answer sessions. So to the audience, please, if you have any questions addressed to the third group presenter or the fourth group presenter, please leave it in a chat box, or if you may interested speaking directly, please turn on your microphone. Oh, let me see. There's a questions from Mr. Pandu Pradana. It is for group 3 for the third group presenter. It's supposed to enhance student speaking skills, right? I couldn't really listen to the video, but I saw the subtitle when I went a little bit too fast. Do you think the pace was okay for EFL 7th grader students? Perhaps that's the question for Pandu Pradana. So for the third group presenter, please answer this question.
We are from group the third presenter, and yeah, because of actually it is the pace is not too fast like before, but because of we have limitation for the time, so we first yeah, we add the speed so it will fit 2-3 minutes like that. So if for the giving into the school, we will made it normal.
All right. Thank you for the answer for the third group presenter. That was a clever answer. And here we have another couple of questions. I would like to read the previous one. It is from Miss Salsabila Aflah Amin. Thank you, Group 3 and 4, for the wonderful presentations. The final product was amazing. However, I can't help but wonder how long do you guys work in this project, especially since both of you draw the visual manually. Also, do you face any obstacle in the product making process, especially in editing process for Group 4? So it is addressed for the Group 3, but especially there's further questions for is there any obstacle that facing in making progress? In making process for the group 4. You can read it the question by the chat box. So for the group 3 and 4, you could answer the question, please. And perhaps I would like to invite the fourth group presenter first to answer. Do you face any obstacle in the product making process, in editing process especially? Group 4, please.
So yeah, it's hard to manage the time with others. Course is hard. Drawing the character, setting, and etc. But so far, we doing like 3 days, 3 nights. Sometimes we sacrifice our sleep, but yeah, that's it.
I see then. What a great teamwork of you. Thank you for the answer. I do believe you guys doing a good work on this project. Okay. For the third group presenter, do you guys wanted to answer the questions from the previous one?
For how long the project is, I think it's 2 weeks, and when the date is I when I draw the characters, and the obstacle is maybe I'm the one who work the characters alone, and I think that's the obstacle.
Oh, wow. What a great effort for you to making some kind of a good effort for this project. I do believe since the final project was amazing, yeah, your effort would truly pay off. Thank you for your answer. And I would like to invite for the last question, maybe, yeah, from Mr. Jamiu Sulaimon. What application was used perhaps you guys for the third presenter and the fourth presenter could retell Mr. Jamiu Sulaiman about what actually the application that they use, please. For the third group presenter first, maybe.
Okay, for our groups, the main application is CapCut for the editing videos and adding a voiceover, and for the additional apps to make the characters and the background. Yeah, we use a Medibank Paint Pro in the PC for the PC, and for the phone or mobile, we use IBIS Paint X.
All right, thank you for your answer. And I wanted to invite the other groups to answer the question for Mr. Jamil Sulaiman, please.
So we use light motion in making part of body movement. And for expressions, we use CapCut to make smooth transitions, like you can see before. But however, you can also use light motion to use the smooth transitions, but it will be add manually. So like you use blending mode, keyframe, so it will do manually and will be hard for beginner. So I will suggest you to use CapCut for the expressions.
All right, thank you so much for your answer. It was really insightful, especially you add for the suggestion for the beginner, since it is really helpful for us to make some kind of digital storytelling. So once again, all of the question was answered. I would like to say very thank you very much for the entire group presenter in the sessions who provide interesting insight and great project, and hopefully it could be useful for all of us. And ladies and gentlemen, the group presentations for this session has ended, and I will give and return back to Master of Ceremony, Miss Nixie, please.
All right, thank you very much to all of the presenters for your excellent presentation and good job for your projects. Also, thank you very much to Ms. Fardila for guiding the session from the beginning to the end. Dear participants, we have dropped the attendance link on the chat box. Please make sure to fill it out to claim your participation for the first day of International Webinar of Digital Storytelling 2025. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to our last keynote speaker. He is Jamiu Temitope Sulaimon, B.Ed, M.Ed, TRCN from Grand-Paulo College of Education, Nigeria. It is an honor to have you here, sir. And this session will be guided by our moderator, Niketut Wulandari. To Miss Wulan, please.
Siapa Niketut Wulandari?
All right, thank you very much, Miss Ningsi. Just to be clear, am I audible and visible?
Yes, it's pretty much clear, Miss.
All right, thank you. First and foremost, I would like to warmly welcome the audience. Thank you very much for preparing yourself to join our webinar today. With great honor, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Niketut Wulandari Putri Agustin, and I'm from Siliwangi University, Indonesia, as the moderator for the third keynote speaker's presentation for today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before starting the presentation, I'd like to inform how the presentation will be going on. First thing first, the keynote speakers will have a maximum of 15 minutes for the presentation, followed by 5 minutes for a Q&A session. So please manage your time, and I will friendly remind you if the time is mostly over. Second, Q&A session will be done after the keynote speaker's presentation. Third, every audience can drop the question in the chat box or
All right, it seems like that Miss Wulan has a trouble with her connection. Let's check. Is Miss Wulan in the room? Yeah. While waiting for Miss Wulan. Okay, seems like she's back with us. Hello, Miss Wulan.
Hello, so sorry for the inconvenience.
Oh, no worries. So
All
you were
right.
explaining about the rules. You may continue, please.
The fourth rules would be every audience member is pleased to mute the microphone during the presentation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the third keynote speaker for today's session is Mr. Jamiu Temitope Sulaimon, Bachelor of Education, Master of Education, and a registered teacher under the TRCN from Grand-Paulo College of Education, Nigeria. Yeah. All right. Now, I will read the personal data of our keynote speaker. Mr. Jamiu is an accomplished educator and scholar from Nigeria, currently pursuing his Ph.D. in childhood education at the University of Ilorin. He holds a master's and bachelor's degree in childhood and primary education from the same university. He is currently serving as the Dean of the School of Education and also as the Students Affairs Officer at Grand-Paulo College of Education, Nigeria. His dedication to the field of education, particularly in early childhood and primary education, has made him a respected academic leader. Mr. Jamiu also has been recognized internationally, receiving the Best Presenter Award at the 5th International Conference on Technology, Education, and Science in 2023, and second Best Presenter at the 1st International Conference on Emerging Trends in Science Education in 2024, held in Indonesia. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Jamiu to present his topic, Empowering Learners Through Student-Created Digital Stories. All right, Mr. Jamiu. All right, Mr. Jamiu, good afternoon from Indonesia. Good morning to Nigeria.
Yeah, good morning from Nigeria. You say salamat pagi dari Nigeria, and good afternoon. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for this wonderful opportunity. Permit me to share my screen.
Obviously, sure.
I believe you can see my screen.
Yes, Mr. It is visible.
Okay. Okay. We're having the topic of discussion for this morning is going to be on empowering learners through student-centered, student-created digital story. This is a teachers training college where we train. The first keynote speaker was explaining on how we connect our parents, because traditional speaking, digital storytelling approach was first used by the parents in a traditional society. But we have seen the significant and benefit of using this storytelling approach in developing student morality, achievement, and engagement. Now, this is an era of technology where we have children having access to mobile phone, digital devices. Different scholars and different studies have to look at the significant benefit of using digital story. That we are trying to leverage current technological tools with this digital story approach. And now in this approach, we are laying emphasis on the pre-service teachers being trained on how to develop digital stories, and even the children at home. At some level of education, we have some children that we can also train on how to develop this particular application. It's going to be funny enough to see that some of the learners we have now have access to digital tools. So we are trying to see how students can also create this application that we're having are often previously developed by teachers. But look at what is being presented by University of Siliwangi, where we have our college students working with these digital tools, which in turn will have large number of learners, pre-service teachers being equipped with the adequate knowledge to develop these digital tools. Why students created digital matters? So that they will be able to know the cognitive benefit. Now, our students in teacher in training go back, are being given individual application. In the 2024 Siliwangi webinar on digital stories, some scholars have worked on Canvas, some have worked on Plotagon, some have worked on Animakers, Canvas, Medibanks, and we have learned new applications that are coming up. Now, looking at the benefit of using these particular digital tools. Now, with the experience, the pre-service teacher have more knowledge about the benefit of creating these tools. What's going to be benefit on the students? And looking at the front to back approach that are using by our pre-service teachers. These are teachers in the Department of English Education, for example. The students went to the school to observe what is the current challenge that children are passing through. And in turns, they develop animations using a particular application to solve these specific problems. These are the benefits of student-created digital tools. The process of digital storytelling, it involves, you have to plan selecting a particular topic. You also look at developing a research approach, because it's going to be like developing a demo research. Then some of the application they are using is a storyboard, where they could share the strength, the weakness, the progress level of these particular applications. They also need script writing. Some of the scholars already explained that they have access to use ChatGPT, probably to break down how they sequence the topic they are going to use stage by stage. They also have sharing. That is why it is a group work. In a group, for example, now you have about 7 to 6. Now it's not easy for everyone to show their own experience and ideas and approach on how best to explain this particular topic to children in our schools.
Mr. Jamiu, so sorry for interrupting. Can you use the full mode for the presentation?
Okay.
Thank you.
It's not, I'm trying to share, but it's not responding. I think it's technical issues. I've been trying to have full mode.
It's all right then. You can keep going.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm trying to explain on how do my emphasis about, we have teachers that are well equipped in using digital tools, animations, but now our emphasis on also allowing our children to develop, to have access to this application. We know that there are studies that prove that children are having technology addiction, which means we have our students having access to digital tools. They have mobile devices, they have laptop, they have cell phone. So children in our classes can also be exposed to this application and how far they can develop things. So that we even brings in method that will make learning easy. So we have many digital tools like I've identified earlier, the likes of the Plotagon animation, the Canvas, the Adobe Express. We have identified the Medibanks, EDBAT, and different application tools that have been exposed in this platform today. Now, I carried out a study, for example, where we use digital tools like Plotagon to use experimental research. I have my study in training where we try to use the Plotagon animation to develop children achievement in mathematics, their engagement and interest towards mathematics, which means the importance of digital tools cannot be overemphasized. Another important aspect is that having students have access to this application, training our students in class on how to use this application, make learning more engaging. We train the student on how to identify specific subjects, specific topics. We also teach the student how to break down this topic into units for them to have a comprehensive understanding of the topic they are explaining. They also have the best practice for teaching. We need to start small. Like the video is not going to be a very long video. It can be within just less than a minute or 30 seconds or 2 minutes. Then we also have what we call inclusive. We organize like a group work for the students where the teacher shows the particular application. We select a topic together and we make sure to develop scene by scene. We also even try to name some of the characters in the video that will be created to be the student name. So this promotes kind of inclusiveness in the class and make them pay more rapid attention to this particular digital creation videos. The best practice, as I say, is that it starts small. We are inclusive. We also allow creativity. We allow students to share their own ideas on how they want the story to be created. And this ensures that we are not now training only the teachers alone in digital animation. We're also bringing these particular tools to the classes where students see the significance of this application on how also they can also incorporate what they learn in class to develop their own tools. But we also have some challenges, even regardless of the significance and benefit of using digital tools. Some of them is that limited devices. Not all students or even teachers in school can have access to technological tools. That's some of the challenges that we could have in sharing this particular innovation to our school. Another one is low digital literacy. Some of even our teachers in school and some of our students in our teachers' colleges are not well acquainted with the knowledge of how to deal with technology. These are some of the issues we face in incorporating student-created digital tools. Another factor is time management. In school, we have many students, we have many academic activities to expose our learners to in school. So we will have limited time to train students to have access to digital tools. These are some of the challenges we have in student-created digital innovations. Another one is technological fears. Some of our students and even our teachers are scared of accepting the change. Like I always say, when some people are scared of the introduction of artificial intelligence, and I always say, and my quotes, and I always emphasize that artificial intelligence will not take over the job of teachers, but teachers that have the knowledge of how to coordinate and control artificial intelligence tends to be able to take over the job of teachers that are not exposed to technology. But the solution is that we look for applications that may not need to be online to limit the cost of usage. They also teach them step-by-step approach, peer group. Like I like the particular presentation of the group. I haven't developed their presentation. They are being assessed. They explain to them the strength of their video, and they also give them suggestions for modification. These are some of the benefits of using student-created detailing. So limited technology, I've explained these major challenges that students face in incorporating this particular approach of bringing digital story into our classroom situation. Now how do we get started? We have to master storytelling. I ensure that I attend webinars of University of Sulaimon every year, 2024, 2025, which expose me to new innovation, new applications, which I can always take back to my local classroom. I can also use to train my college students on how to incorporate these individual tools, because individual applications have its own strength and weakness. For example, Plotagon animation, for example, allows for collaboration and interaction, but you may not be able to use the board section. But using Canvas, for example, or I saw a new application this morning that allows you to use the board section. So each of the applications have their unique characteristics. You have to master the strength and weakness of each application. Then you also have to carry out experiments. I've used Plotagon against mathematics, have a study on Canvas. So each application is always good to test run in our classroom, probably using the pre-experimental research approach. Now, this knowledge of these particulars will empower our pre-service teacher, empower our children, and empowers our lecturers. And we also expose us to multiple tools. It developed our TPAC, that is our technological pedagogical content knowledge. That's an area of innovation that this digital tool is going to come and expand for us. So the emphasis I'm putting this morning is about Our teacher, our lecturers need to be trained on how to use our digital tools. Our pre-service teachers in training also have to be trained on how to use digital tools. While our children in school, the students that are well developed, maybe in our middle basic, in our grade 7, grade 6, we can also train them on seminars on how they can also create this particular tool. So by the time teachers are exposing them to it, they are already familiar with it. They will enjoy it and engage, have more collaborative section. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. Thanks to the management of University of Siliwangi. Thanks to Dr. Santiana M.Pd for this wonderful opportunity to share my knowledge from Nigeria. Thank you very much. Salam dan bahagia.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Jamiu, for the very insightful presentation. It was truly inspiring to see how student-created digital stories can be used effectively in real classroom situations to empower their creativity. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's shift our attention to next session, which is the 5-minute question and answer session. For those who would like to address their question, you may type it on the text chat box, or you can use the raise hand features. Okay, while waiting for another question from the participant, I would like to address a question myself. So, Mr. Jamiu, I have a question. You mentioned earlier that student-created digital stories can help build their confidence and develop their voices. In your experience, how have shy or less active students responded to this approach in real classroom settings?
Please, can you come again with the question, please?
So you mentioned earlier that student-created digital stories can help to build their confidence and develop their voices. In your experience, how have shy or less active students responded to this approach in real classroom setting?
Yeah, it's a good innovation in school. Like I said, children at home have access to digital tools. They use mobile phones. Now there are some applications that are suitable with the phones. So bringing is like you're allowed in the normal conventional schools, students are not allowed to take cell phone to elementary schools in my country, for example. So now making a child have access to mobile phone in class or laptop, it's a new thing for them. It's energize them. It's like an extra opportunity. Now we are not trying to give them these guidelines. I give them the cell phone. We have like an informal sections where we try to develop this character. We even name each of the character, the student names. So it makes them feel inclusive in the particular. So they act like a story, somebody like a conversation. Okay, the first character will bear your name. The second character will bear your name. Then I will even allow them to use their voice. So you can also incorporate their voice in the application as the background. So it makes them inclusive and it allows them to still learn the main content of the lesson. Now, because they have to read the script we are using to develop the video, they are used to it. While listening to while watching the video also and preparing the video, it makes them have a comprehensive overview of everything about the topics. And it allows the lesson to be interesting because the preparation is done before the class sections. If I'm going to take them fraction in the next class, we have this engagement informally before the class. Now, students already have some experience about the topics of the week. So by the time they are coming for the class presentation, the students are already active because they already have ground knowledge of the class we want to take. So these are some of the benefits. It's going to be on the stress of the teacher, but it makes the class section very, very interesting and collaborative.
Thank you very much. I'm still curious about, can digital storytelling work even if the school has limited internet access?
Yes, it's going to be we moderate it. It's going to be moderated. And sometimes if you are using the traditional flipped classroom approach, in traditional flipped classroom at home, the class and parent, the children and the parent have a group chat, a WhatsApp platform that they have access to after school. So we can be sending the videos, the content to the parents beforehand, like as an assignment. And they are submitting online before coming to school. So this is another way we moderate it. So it's not like the students still have to bring their cell phone to the class. No. From home, from the WhatsApp, each schools now have a WhatsApp platform where we have their parents and guidance and even the student on the platform. So we can send instructional content or what we want them to learn and do from home. so they can interact with it outside school, then submit the assignment online. They will discuss their assignment solution in the school when they come. The teacher have access to his or her own phone in the school, so it's easy for them to collaborate and share experience.
So to manage this issue, they don't have to do it at school, but only the discussion at school.
Yes, that is like an approach of blending flipped classroom using digital technology with the flipped classroom approach. In flipped classroom approach, students have access to instructional content before the initial class. So that is like a blending the digital story approach with flipped classroom.
We will wait for another question from the participant. Thank you very much for your answer, Mr. Jamiu.
You're welcome, my pleasure.
I actually have a question in the chat box from Miss Jelita. Excuse me, sir, I have a question. In what ways can student-created digital stories enhance engagement and motivation in learning? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Like I said, I have a particular study in pipeline where I look at the effect of Protagon on people's achievement, engagement, and interest in mathematics, for example. Even the digital story itself allows collaborations. There's going to be a collaboration between the teachers and the students. Like, for example, it was observed that my student in some school have low interest towards mathematics, for example. Students don't like figures, numbers, or reading grammar book. They feel shy. They just listen to the teachers. They won't share experience. But with this video now, it allows them to be able to, you give them a note, like you're having a share reading approach. They have to watch videos. Having watched the video, we ask them to report their observation from the video, what are their views about it. They respond to, okay, who was the girl, like the video that we had earlier presented, who was the person that shows a particular student direction to the restroom, who was the student that showed direction to the library. They respond, they give response to, we make the videos conversational. Like students can also respond to, like I asked, what is your name on videos? Then I gave some 1 or 2 minutes. The student respond, my name is this and this. Well, how old are you? I pause the video. The student respond. Like you see, it's making it conversational. So I can have my question and answer even using the digital tools. So I don't make it continuous. Like I can incorporate questions in my digital videos. Then students respond to the videos appropriately.
Thank you very much for your answer. It's very interesting and very insightful. Unfortunately, Mr. Jamiu, we've reached the end of our session for today. I really appreciate our discussion. I hope we can have another discussion at another place and another time. Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Jamiu. Now we would like to deliver our great token of appreciation to our third keynote speaker, Mr. Jamiu Temitope Sulaimon, Bachelor of Education, Master of Education, TRCN. For the committee, please. All right, once again, thank you very much, Mr. Jamiu, and I'll give the time back to the Master of Ceremony. Miss Ningsi, please.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Jamiu Temitope Sulaimon, for amazing presentation, and also Miss Wulan for guiding the session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to fill out the attendance list on the chat box of the Zoom. And then now we will have a photo session before we end the webinar for today. So to all of the participants, please turn on your camera and give your best smile to the camera. Let's go. Now you can turn on your camera, please. Okay, the committee, please help me to take the screenshot. I will say the cue. All right, everyone, let's show your beautiful and handsome faces to the camera. Okay, are you ready? Let's go. 1, 2, 3. All right, that's for the first slide. And then the second slide, still smiling because we don't know which slide we are in. Okay, great. Next, yeah, the third slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, great. Sweet smile. Nice. Okay, we have taken all of the screenshot. So thank you so much for posting, everyone. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you again one more time that we have dropped the attendance link on the chat box. And please stay tuned and wait for the information on our WhatsApp group for tomorrow, because we will have our second day of the International Webinar on Digital Storytelling 2025. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the first day of today's webinar. On behalf of the International Webinar on Digital Storytelling 2025 Committee, we would like to say thank you very much to all of the distinguished keynote speakers, presenters, and participants for your contributions in this webinar. Please do not leave the WhatsApp group yet, because tomorrow we will have the day 2 or the second day of the webinar. So please stay tuned. I am Ningsih Yulianti signing out. Thank you and see you tomorrow. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one last reminder, please don't forget to join our second day of the international webinar on digital storytelling. We will start at 8 a.m. Jakarta time. So see you when I see you. Thank you.